It's coming up to 1:45 here local time, and this is dive 784. We are diving again in front of the George VI ice shelf. This time we're starting about 900 meters, but we're going to go up to hopefully a lot shallower depth. So this is another dive as part of the climate connections at the sea ice interface. On board the Falco 2, the Schmidt Ocean Institute vessel, and we're diving with the ROV SuBastian. My name is Matthew Lee. I'm a professor at the Centro IMA, Universidad de los Lagos in Puerto Montt, and I work with Dr. Amerigo Montiel and Christian Aldea, who are from the Universidad de Magallanes. Also with Dr. Eulogio Soto from the Universidad of Valparaiso, and we also have a couple of students on board, Benjamin Aguirre and Leslie Noah. Benjamin's from the University of Valparaiso and Leslie from Universidad de Magallanes. And our group primarily focused on soft sediment fauna, meiofauna, macrofauna, etc. Hola a todos, estamos como 15 para la medianoche aquí, hora local. Es emisión 784 del crucero Climate Connections at the Sea Ice Interface. Estamos a bordo del Falco 2, un buque de investigación que pertenece al Schmidt Ocean Institute. Hoy día vamos a realizar un transecto desde como 900 metros hasta creo que como 500, 400 metros de profundidad. Mi nombre es Dr. Matthew Lee, soy profesor en el Centro IMAR de la Universidad de los Lagos en Puerto Montt, y también aquí conmigo son Dr. Amerigo Montiel y Christian Aldea, que son de la Universidad de Magallanes. También trabajamos con Dr. Eulogio Soto de la Universidad de Valparaiso, y además a bordo con nosotros dos estudiantes, Benjamin Aguirre, que es de la Universidad de Valparaiso, y Leslie Novoa, que es de la Universidad de Magallanes. Y nosotros trabajamos con los organismos de sedimentos, el fondo blando. Personalmente estoy interesado en la meiofauna, Américo los poliquitos, y Christian los organismos más grandes que se puede ver viviendo sobre la superficie de sedimento. That's transit. You'll have plenty of opportunity for all. They won't be independent samples.
Bridge ROV, updated waypoint please.
Updated waypoint.
Thank you.
Octopus. Steep slope, right?
good.
Lower lights.
Low lights.
Who scratched it?
Scratch that.
Knew what were those things that were. Remember yesterday,
What, the white?
the things that were running on the sand.
Yeah, I never saw what they were.
Look like rays, right?
The plan says at the end. Well, you take them where you want, but the rest, the push goes are at the end. Yeah, we can take them where you want. But, rock. Lots of brachiopods. Ooh, sponge covered in reed shrimp.
in there?
No, not now.
Continue transit.
But Teresa's going to take over now. I think she wants sea cucumbers. But I'll let her make them. Yeah. That was short and sweet.
Which one is here or there?
Sit down there so you can get up and go. Your own shift.
Okay.
You stay on? Yeah, I just got in here, so it doesn't matter to me.
So,
Someone else comes in.
big rock.
What do you got? Because I want to make
Someone, you want to do this? Is that what you're saying? Okay, I'll
you leave it.
I'll just sit over here. Get up. You're off. I was just sitting down. You can have it if you like. Just going along this track. Okay. It didn't change, so I don't know what to do. The waypoint's pushed all the way out to the waypoint, or the alpha waypoint's all the way up to the waypoint. So you can get that. Just keep holding on the boat. And then we only picked up one rock. Okay.
So our shift just started. We're getting new people in, old people out. They basically have 20 minutes of sampling and watching what is down here. And after everybody's settled in, we're gonna give some more information on where we are, what we're doing.
Is it okay if you stop here and sample one of those?
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Suction sample, right?
Yeah, but really gentle because this one it's very fragile and last time it got smashed. Very gentle. Yeah.
Included in our suction.
Yeah. This and that.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Which jaw do you want to do?
I think you can go to number 8 because the other ones are very funny.
Hold on. Eight, you said, right? What number did you say? 8?
Yeah, number 8.
Alright, go.
The other one can go in the same.
Just gonna float up.
8.
I think it was up, right?
Yeah. Nice. Scale it, huh? Number one. And then pull them out. Alright, go ahead. Move it.
Turn it. Okay. I was about to give a small introduction, but if you feel free to give one. Sure. Do you want it?
Yeah. Did I send you an introduction? Did I send you an introduction already?
No.
Yes. Hi everyone. So we've just had the science party change the crew. And in the room tonight with you for the next few hours, we have Professor Teresa, who's Professor of Sea Cucumber. We have Master Amber, who's the Master of all biological benthic organisms. We have Master Jessica, who's the Master of Biology and Sea Cucumber. and I'm Sveta Rodzanowska. I'm a research fellow at University of Cambridge and the British Antarctic Survey. So, yes, we'll update you on what's going on.
You don't consider yourself a master or something?
Doctor, thank
Doctor.
you. Oh, upgraded.
Yeah. Was it what we sound for right now? Sunny.
Yeah.
Isn't this good?
Claude.
And driving the boat right now, we have Captain Claude and Captain Sunny.
That boat.
The ROV.
The ROV.
Apologies, the vehicle. And we're flying around and
That's
taking
cool.
you for a ride.
We go to the transects. See if we see more.
So I think right now we're just going to do some flying around, looking out for interesting things we can investigate. So far, I don't know if you've been, maybe it's been mentioned already, but right now we're in an area where an iceberg carved off very recently. So essentially we're in sub-ice
Yes,
conditions.
actually.
One right there.
Yes.
That big enough?
Yeah. Do you think it's it would be nice to good enough for bush corp? Yeah.
That's kind of vertical.
Yeah, so let's keep on going,
Okay.
yeah, and we take the other rolls in the other plates.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you look flat.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, I also hope Professor Tom, the fish professor, will join us and will be commenting on the type of fish we're seeing. It's good to see you guys remember the krill specialist.
This is a
Who was
wall,
the krill
right?
specialist?
I think Tom, the professor
Probably
fishman.
energy summit.
He's the professor
It's
of
gonna
everything
be,
swimming
yeah.
fast.
Indeed. But yes, so right now we are exploring the seafloor, which was covered by big ice shelf only about a week ago. So it's very exciting because essentially a ship has never been able to access an area like this so fast. We were on the cruise just sampling and investigating the seafloor just around the corner. So as the iceberg moved away, that calved away from the George VI ice shelf, we were able to access the area which normally would be very inaccessible and very difficult technologically and logistically to get here.
So it is lucky us. An army of sea cucumbers.
Yeah.
Professor Sea Cucumber, what is the species?
Peniagony.
Excellent.
I only know the genus, I don't know the species. Peniagony sp.
SP is if you don't know what it is.
I know. Oh yes. But for those who don't know, we just put SP when we cannot identify to the very bottom species level, so the most precise level that we can get to. So here we see some rocks that I forgot to log, so I should say that I am a Oceanographer and a geochemist, and essentially on board I'm acting as the marine geologist. So I'm not a rock specialist, but we have been collecting some rocks, and the rocks are beautiful windows into the past, which can update us on a lot of things.
Almost reaching.
Amber, do you want to introduce yourself a bit more?
Yeah, I can do that. Although I don't hear myself, but I'm just trusting that my voice is transmitted.
It is.
Okay, great. So I am neither a geologist nor a biologist because I study geography, which is everything and nothing. Because you learn many different things, but nothing in so detail that you feel that you're a specialist afterwards. But it also helps you maintain a very broad overview of, for example, ocean currents, the climate changes in the past. Also, of course, we had some stuff that we learned regarding paleoclimatology and how to reconstruct that. But in the last 2 years, I started working in the field of biology, mainly with macrofauna, which are, I believe, everything that is below 1 centimeter, but bigger than meiofauna. Meiofauna is one of the smallest size classes of animals, and that is actually what we are investigating here. So I'm here with a team of 4 people. We are mainly taking sediment push cores, but in these push cores in the sediment are living very tiny, teeny creatures, which can be nematodes, which can be copepods, which can be chinorhynchs, stuff like that. I've never worked with that myself. I only worked with macrofauna, but I guess in the next year in this year I'm gonna also start working with meiofauna. It's a very lengthy process. You come home, you centrifuge your samples, you start sorting samples, and then at the end you're gonna get quite good overview of what is living down in the sediment. And I guess especially for that, this part of where we are right now is gonna be very interesting to see if there's a high abundance of meiofauna, which of course would be interesting to know and to find out regarding the big ice sheet that was covering this area. So that's what I'm doing. I'm still studying. I'm currently finishing my master at the University of Bremen, actually working with megafauna transects, so kind of annotating what we're seeing here. Also in the former cruise that I did in Chile, I'm already started working with material, which is a very which is very great stuff that we saw there. There was such high abundance of megafauna in Chile that was impressive. Of course, you see different stuff here. I would say overall the abundance is little bit less what I saw so far, but nonetheless very, very stunning because you see different things here. For example, the crinoids that we just saw now, they are way more abundant here than in Chile.
I should say that these copperpods.
Cockerpods?
How do you say the name? Robin?
Copperpods.
Copperpods. They're very small, so we're not going to see them in this transmission, but they look like a little cockroach if you imagine one.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you see them because sometimes bigger ones are flying around in the water column.
If you
but it's
see
very
this one?
rare. Usually they're so tiny that you only see them under a binocular.
No.
So
It's very
maybe we call you the
Get it.
master of
We'll
cockroaches.
try to get another one.
You should call
Really
Pedro that
tiny.
because he's working with copperpods for 30, 40 years.
Yeah, and then
He's the master of
we
copperpods.
can, so either.
Cockroaches. I like that one.
Yeah.
And
He'll
the
be online
sweet
with you guys
potatoes.
later if you're still here.
Normally
I'll
mine,
update him
they
that
are
he's the
1,
master
2,
of
and 4.
cockroaches.
Okay. So that's the one.
Sorry?
1, 2, and 4. I
We
think.
should tell him that.
Yeah.
And actually in the room with
But,
us we
but,
have another team member
cucumber
from the
first.
cockroach team. So Tony over here is also a master of cockroaches. But maybe she wants to introduce herself and be more specific exactly what type of cockroaches she likes to look at.
Well, actually, I'm not into cockroaches. As after I was actually working with macrofauna
Didn't do what
before
I
that
asked.
cruise.
Okay.
So right now I'm just
I
helping
know,
out
okay.
the meiofauna team, but which is nevertheless still fun, of course.
It's not
But
registered.
yeah, I used to
want
work
to
with
be,
macrofauna mainly. I suppose
scoop,
the
right?
polychaetes.
Sorry. Yeah.
So I really love polychaetes.
But the other
Scoop,
one,
this one.
but the other one with the
Soft.
second, yeah.
But yeah.
The other one, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So I believe Professor Sea Cucumber wants to sample a sea cucumber.
I'm sorry?
Do you want to are we sampling a sea cucumber?
We are. That's
So-
why I'm carefully looking into something.
Yes, exactly. Professor is very busy looking at assessing the suitability of this nice sea cucumber. Is this the same species you mentioned earlier?
It's Peniagony, and then he also has Scotoplanis. Let's see.
Master Jessica.
That one below here, right? So we're grounding that, and then we'll relocate and see if we see another one, right?
Okay, but yeah.
The one that was just grounded the blue way.
Mm-hmm.
And look at the scoop ready.
There was one ahead.
Yeah, there's one big one right.
I think. Don't know. Here.
That's what the scoop as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Take the scoop out.
And Master Jessica es un reina de la biología. El hablar español contigo porque mi español no es buena.
So what I understand is
More,
that we take the
neither is
risk
mine.
of
I don't speak
but we're
Spanish.
taking the push course at the
I'm
end.
native language.
Yeah, but doesn't she want to use water now?
No,
So now you guys have heard
not as far as
that
I'm
Master
concerned. She was
Jessica
just referring to
Regina
taking
is
the
indeed
one
in the
before
room
we
with us
start
too.
taking push course. I can double check. But also Matt was asking and she wasn't replying, so I'm thinking she's sleeping anyway.
Okay. Okay. I really understood that she wanted one
I
now.
will make sure.
No, we'll look at the.
Tony, why don't you tell us more about how you got into cockroach research?
This is actually a very good question, Sveta. I kind of like dived into cockroaches or copperpods, as I may refer them to. They were still cool animals, don't get me wrong.
But yeah, how did this happen? Well, we know about that Antarctic cruise, and we had a few free spots to fill with scientists from our team. So I was lucky that I got chosen, and here I am now. But I actually have to say that I really love processing the samples, so I love to play with mud and like working with the cores. So you have to imagine we take like core samples from the sediment. So after the ROV gets back on deck, we are processing the samples. So we are basically taking the sediment samples, the upper 5 centimeters from the sediment, and we put them into like small containers. We fill them with ethanol, and then we process them, like really look into the sediment and into the organisms that live in the sediment once we get home to Germany. But like just doing something practical and I don't know, just processing the samples is pretty cool. I really enjoy that.
You like to get nice and muddy.
Exactly. What about you, Sveta?
Well, I'm also very much into my mud, as you know. We've been having some parties together with the mud. So we have the science hangout. When the ROV comes up, you can see at the front of the screen right now the kind of orange things with numbers for those that have not seen us do it before. These are the small push cores. We have various ones from the vehicle right now. Most are 25 centimeters long, some are 35 centimeters long. We have 20 of them right now. We take them and we split them between different research groups. So there's a cockroach group, as you have now been introduced, and we all work together to process these samples. So different people do different things. Those guys put their samples in ethanol. I cut up my samples very annoyingly into bags, centimeter by centimeter. Some of them are preserved in plastic tubes. Professor of sea cucumbers, she also likes the sediment samples, and she folds her sediment into foil. So we all have very specific needs and things we do with our mud, but this is very precious. Although yesterday we did keep a little bit of mud that we're going to use for the beauty salon that we have on board and have a little face mask session. We can update you later how that goes. So are you going to come to the beauty salon?
Well, it's only open until like what, 2 to 5 a.m.
Yeah, the one we
No,
like
that's
the
the
best, but
hairdresser.
for
The beauty
bees.
salon we could do
Right.
later. Would you like to come?
Of course.
Amber, will you be coming to
Sure,
the
if you
beauty
provide
salon?
some cucumbers for my eyes, I'm gonna be there.
Oh yes, maybe we should ask Professor Teresa. Jessica?
Not-
I wouldn't want those sea
Not sea
Not
cucumbers,
sea
I meant like
cucumber.
edible.
Well, then we have to be extra nice to the chef and see if he donates us some actual cucumbers.
Or you steal one from the salad. With a little bit of dressing on it. I'm sure it's gonna go great in
Oh
there.
look, there's a fish. Let's hope Professor Tom is online and watching.
Yeah. For me, and the others are sections of the lake. Yeah.
So the other day, Jessica and Professor Teresa very kindly helped me out with bagging up my sediment centimeter by
Claude,
centimeter. It was very late at night,
as you
so
are
early in the morning,
there,
and
can
we
you see
really
this one?
enjoyed it.
If you
Jessica loved my
sample this
process
one,
of mud bagging.
it's the same species as you
She loves it
can.
so much she now wants to become my research assistant.
As I told you, you play well.
That's not very nice of Tom.
Professor Tom, I'm afraid, is disappointed by the fish we saw. It's fine, we can hear all of us very well.
Yeah. Ah, there's an isopod. Isopoda.
So I believe right now we're picking up this lovely looking sea cucumber.
Yeah. You see this guy?
Bottom left corner?
Yes. It's a crustacean.
Tell us more about him.
It's definitely an isopod. I think it's a Monopsidae. I'm not 100% sure about that. They have very long antennae. We sampled them a lot in the CCZ, but mostly when we sample them with, for example, the epibenthic sledge, which is like a dredge that you drag behind the ship. But mostly when they come up, they're kind of not destroyed, but they lose their antenna, they lose their long legs because the dredge is taking like 1 kilometer of sediment, and of course that accumulates in the device, and then the stuff doesn't look as beautiful as it does on the seafloor. Yeah, so maybe we can get that one and sample it in better condition. That would be perfect.
Where is the sea cucumber going?
And the same.
You're fine. You're already at 4, so it's good. 2 from each species.
Nice Every sea cucumber is slipping into the biology container very nicely right now. So Professor Teresa likes to get her scalpel out once these things come back on board. And she immediately likes to cut out some very special
Yeah,
parts.
of course, yeah, but not in an area, you know.
Okay, I'll move ahead.
Can I also make a request before we start?
Yeah.
There was an isopod. Can we start it
Where
up?
it is?
Huh?
Hold on.
Yeah. Sorry.
Where is it?
It's right in front where you
you
sampled the
zoom
sea cucumber here and was sitting there. Was like the.
Have you seen it anywhere?
Can you zoom in? Yeah. Yeah, I see it. It's there.
Okay. How do you want it? Suction sample?
Yeah, yeah. Number 1.
Number 1.
So Amber,
See?
what are we going to do with this underwater grasshopper?
Where is it?
Grasshopper. Actually, it looks a bit like it. So I think it's gonna go to the Chilean Benthos group, which mostly preserve the animal in ethanol. I think there's also a workshop after this cruise, which is more or less in collaboration with Ocean Census, and they're gonna look at arthropods. So I think that one is gonna go there as well. So looking at amphipods, isopods, pycnogonids, also whatever we see in terms of crustaceans, they're gonna look and try to identify the stuff. Yeah, what exactly the procedure is in preserving the isopod, I don't really know, but the normal thing is that you preserve it in ethanol.
ocean circulation around here. There's a few questions in the chat about this. We currently don't know, but we actually have some oceanographers on board with us. And they have deployed a ocean glider, which is an autonomous vehicle that essentially collects this data, and data like temperature, salinity, but also circulation speed and various speed parameters. So we're just going to log this grasshopper. So we're just hoovering up the grasshopper from the nice sediment. It's resisting us. Come on in. We welcome you on board.
Oh. No.
So yes, the ocean circulation generally and the ice shelves, which this was until very recently. You have inflow of deep warm water, which is called circumpolar deep water. This is a deep water mass that circulates and is found around Antarctica, Southern Ocean, and other deep ocean basins, which go off from Antarctica. And then you have surface water, so if you imagine, that goes under the ice shelf, which overhangs into the sea. And it recirculates and sort of goes up under the ice shelf.
As you can see, they're good swimmers.
Very pesky grasshopper. So yes, the circulation essentially is thought that it is quite warm, so it melts the ice sheet overhanging ice shelf from underneath. Didn't get that right.
Not super.
And then from that you also have meltwater coming off these ice shelves. These waters tend to be much more oxygenated because they're very fresh, if you like. They're also a lot colder because obviously that's melting. And very different kind of chemical and physical properties to the deeper waters that we have in this area. So we're hoping with the glider and also some of our reconstructions that I'm hoping to do for my sediments to kind of look at the water circulation in this area better, and hopefully all the biologists on board will also find some of this information useful. And we're very lucky to have 2 oceanographers and 2 gliders on board with us.
Oh yeah. You got it? Oh yeah. Ah, the long legs are still pointing.
Let's stay still there.
Oh yeah. Great.
Intelligent.
That was a very naughty grasshopper.
Very fierce.
Really didn't want to join us on board of our cruise.
So you move a little bit and then you do the sleep push cord.
Okay.
Thank you.
Teresa, I have a question for you. So whenever you take a sea cucumber sample, you prefer to get push cores in the closer area where the sea cucumber was.
Yeah.
Why? So what are you doing with the
I
push core?
explain you in the car, in the talk. You're not carefully.
But I wanna hear it again.
I'm looking at the organic matter. If the food is of good quality and quantity. So whenever I look at the holothurians, I look at the lipid composition, and you can see if they are eating good food or not. And to back my actually analysis, back me up, I will do the same in terms of the sediment.
Ah,
So
okay.
I do the same kind of analysis,
Yes.
and then it's very robust then the test, right?
Ah, okay.
And so on these will serve for everybody, because I will say if the food that exists on the sediment is first if it exists in a good amount, and if it's fresh, or if actually it's very old from I don't know, months ago.
Yeah.
So I need both holothurians and sediments. But then the sediment, the information I will get, I can actually it will be very good for meiofauna, for macrofauna, because it will tell us how the ecosystem is functioning.
Okay.
Here is it.
I will say how to put
Actually, I'm going to collaborate a lot with SOI and Meredith, because I do organic carbon, I do organic nitrogen, I do the ratio between carbon and nitrogen. Actually, I do a lot of chemistry. And Meredith will look at the phytoplankton in the CTD, which will back me up
Yeah.
what I'm finding in the sediments, and also when I find the corals, because the corals filtrate the water.
Yeah.
So it's, for me, it's a whole story how the ecosystem is functioning, basically.
That's so interesting. Like, I really like that.
So, Professor Teresa is an organic geochemist, as I would say, whilst I'm inorganic, and Meredith is a seawater biogeochemist. So actually, when you have all these different types of chemistry, it's really cool that we have different people doing all these types of analysis, so we can put all the data together and learn something new and hopefully very interesting. For example, like Professor Teresa just told you, she's going to measure things like organic carbon, whether I want to measure things like the content of inorganic carbon out of calcareous organisms, but also out of the pool waters I've been
Not very long.
sucking out of these
Three
fish
centimeters.
cores. So right now we're about to collect one of
10
these fish
centimeters
cores
sediment,
sediment
so-
sample for our professor in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. We're gonna do 1, 2, and 4 because number 3 is yours.
Yes, thank you. The reason number 3 is mine is because it's longer. Essentially, the longer the sediment cores, the better for me, because I like to try and investigate past ocean changes. Yes, I like to investigate my sediment because basically I'm actually not interested in the mud itself, but I'm interested in these microscopic shells called foraminifera. So these are the size of about a grain of sand, and these foraminifera are made of calcium carbonate and are single-cell protists. Now the reason they're interesting is because when these organisms build their shell, they occasionally incorporate different trace metals and various isotope ratios, like changes in delta, like the oxygen isotope or the carbon isotope, and from that we can deduce what kind of conditions they lived in. And if you can imagine, the sediment is actually kind of an archive, so the deeper in the sediment you go, the further back in the past we are. And in this way we can reconstruct past changes, for example, in this particular area in the last probably 100 years from these push cores. We've also been collecting some really long gravity cores, so we got 2 that were about 4 meters long the other day. From these, we can maybe reconstruct the last 10,000 years. And the reason we want to do this is essentially we can use these past climate changes as a natural experiment, if you like, to test the computer models that predict our future climate change. And this will help us improve our future climate change projections, from which we can then provide advice for governments and policymakers, and this will help us to, adapt to future climate changes. For example, this area, specifically where we are now, West Antarctica, creates a lot of uncertainty for future sea level projections. The reason for this is because all the ice shelves over here are marine based, which means there's a lot of water underneath between the ice shelf and the bedrock. Unlike East Antarctica, where the ice is very much more mounted immediately onto the bedrock or the continent.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
So far, I believe we've only picked up 1 sea cucumber, is that right?
No, 4.
Oh, we've already picked up 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excellent. That's a good net worth of cucumbers
No,
today.
we can just go.
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't have the chart there, but
Ah, you have the chat.
no,
Oh,
I think we can.
no.
Carlos.
Carlos,
Yes.
can you put the chat on there?
Absolutely.
Is that possible? Thank you.
Yes, if anyone online has any questions, please do feel free to ask us. What is our main priorities for our shift?
So the stuff for Dressa is already more or less done. Then we have transects, more or less until waypoint 3. I don't know how far we get. Waypoint 4 and 5 rock collection. That is the
I
stuff
would quite
that.
like to do some rock collection.
Hope we don't smash again the manipulator.
No, let's get small ones. I'm not greedy. I want a few medium-sized small ones, by which I mean like, you know, under 10 centimeters, and the biggest profile is totally fine. So the funny thing is, we have a geologist on board called Andres. He likes to collect very big rocks with the ROV, and for some strange reason, he's been keeping all these rocks in the sort of fridge / cold lab that we have on board. So this evening, there's quite a few of us saying happy birthday to one of our colleagues, and we asked him, Andres, why are your rocks taking up all our fridge space? And he didn't have an answer to that. He didn't know either.
It's in my lab.
Yes, it's in Professor Sea Cucumber's lab. The rocks really getting in the way. It's becoming a problem. They're getting out of control.
Oh, once rocks. Obrigada, Carol.
I got rocks.
I actually have 2. I have rocks from the CCZ.
Oh.
I have
Wow.
nodules.
I was just about to ask if there's anything else in nodules in this?
No, just
Are you trying
nodules.
to make me jealous of your rocks?
Well, actually, Teresa, I have 3 bags full.
And
Nodules.
Tony even once consumed manganese.
Yeah, but it
nodules.
was by accident. I had no idea.
Sometimes in the night she's bioluminescent.
Yeah, maybe.
Now we are back on transit mode.
So we're heading to waypoint
2.
2.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, it looks quite rifted here.
Mhm.
It's dramatic.
Yeah.
Amber, what is
Yes.
your favorite cockroach species?
I wish I could name one. I actually really don't know much about copperpods. I know that there's some pelagic ones who swim in the water column. I know that there's some who really live in the sediment or on the sediment, but I don't know, Tony. There's something called Calanoida. What is that?
We have the colanoid copperpods, we have the harpacticoid copperpods.
Did you listen to Pedro's
The
talk?
psychopath cocopod. Psychopath cockroach. I like that. I think that's my favorite personal.
So if you have any questions regarding copepods, you should 100% ask Peter because he's a copepod taxonomist. Like he knows everything about copepods.
Our institute is full of big pictures of copepods on the
Yeah.
wall.
They're everywhere.
Insane.
How big are we talking?
I mean, as big as the screen, and then you have these. What is it? Is it from the microscope? What kind of microscope is that?
The electronic microscope. Kind of
I
thing.
mean the really
SEM?
close-up pictures.
The
Yeah,
SEM
I think it's the
probably, so-
CM photo.
That's the one that does really amplified.
Yeah, you can see really like high quality detail.
Of the cockroach.
Yeah.
Of the population.
Mm.
Yeah, and interestingly, the ones that I guess he's most interested in are the ones who are parasitic, who are sitting on other animals, which I find quite.
What kind of other animals do they stick to?
Polychaetes, or not. I don't know.
I think all different types of.
I mean, you see
organisms
them often
actually.
on polychaetes, but I think they can also be in sea cucumbers or.
Probably.
But you guys on the cruise are mainly just helping Professor Cockroach with cockroaches.
So it is. I think we are doomed to continue working with meiofauna, but I wish I could go back to macrofauna. It's just for me, it's more fulfilling sorting macrofauna than meiofauna.
Then you have
But
to
for
stay
your
in
masters,
Chile.
you do in macrofauna, no?
Huh?
For your masters, you do in macrofauna?
No, for my masters, I'm annotating the transects from Chile.
Okay.
Megafauna.
Yeah.
Only
yeah.
stuff that you see in imagery.
Yeah.
And can we go through the fauna sizes? I'm a little bit confused. What is mega, what is macro?
I can, but I need a little bit of help of the beautiful internet. Because I know there's different size classifications. What I know is that megafauna, interestingly, is everything above 1 centimeter in the ocean.
Mhm.
On land, megafauna is everything above 44 kilograms.
Yeah, I thought it was a mammoth on that.
Yeah, exactly.
And what is mammoth? Is that mega megafauna?
And I think there's gigafauna. And then macrofauna is everything below 1 centimeter.
Yeah, and I also
Going
think
down
that the
here.
characteristic is the mesh size of the sieve that you put the liquid with the organisms in it. So
Sediment.
everything, maybe Amber has to look it up before I say something that's not 100% true.
I mean, as I was saying, there's different classifications. People
Yeah.
are saying if they refer to a different classification system, they're saying, for example, also sometimes, how was that called? Macrofauna in sensu stricto?
Sensu stricto means macrofauna without meiofauna, like copepods and stuff.
Yeah. So if you really refer to the sizes, then you say sensu stricto. If you say sensu lato, it's like also
Including groups like
other
meiofauna
taxa
organisms.
that are not classified as meiofauna.
Jessica, what is your favorite size of fauna?
Megafauna.
I like things big too.
I like fish and sharks.
Do you think we'll see any sharks today?
No,
No.
unfortunately.
But have you seen the rays, Jessica?
Yeah, we saw 3 or 4.
Yeah,
right?
they looked so cool.
Yeah. We were talking about
New
copepods,
waypoint coming.
and I was just thinking that there are copepods that
Roger,
stick
new
to
waypoint.
Greenland sharks' eyes and make them blind.
Make it blind.
Yeah, the Greenland sharks.
Wow. So they go in the eyes or just anywhere in the body and then
I
they.
think it's the eyes.
Wow. The internet is not helpful.
It's probably just giving you loads of different
Yeah,
definitions.
it's
that
giving
are
me
confusing.
papers. I don't want to read papers.
No, I think papers are quite interesting sometimes. So we have a question about ctenophores.
Okay, can I one addition? So, meiofauna organisms 0.1 to 1 millimeter, as I was saying, everything above 1 millimeter is macrofauna, everything above 1 centimeter is megafauna.
And then there's smaller things, no? Like, what's the other fauna?
Microorganisms. Like, you mean under meiofauna?
Yeah,
I would say.
microfauna.
Microorganisms.
Okay. We have this question about ctenophores. Do you know what that is? Because I don't.
Yeah, it's a jelly.
They are known as comp jellies.
Yeah. There's a lot of isopods.
How many do we need to collect?
I mean, we don't have like a number. It's more like on the priority list. Mollusks, polychaetes, crustaceans. So there's a stenophore called, I think, blood jelly or something. Bloody belly conch jelly. Lampoctes. And it looks quite dramatic. What do you
That
think
is
about
quite
that?
nice, yeah. I like that.
Well, that looks cool.
Maybe I should get a tattoo of it.
Maybe don't get one of these and don't clarify what it actually is.
Maybe I should get that inside my triangle tattoo. In colour. When I have upgrade, because I got this tattoo when I became a doctor, so when I become professor I need to upgrade it to
And then
something.
going to
Okay.
what point?
So I haven't yet decided. I've probably got a few years to think about that one. Tattoo suggestions welcome from the audience.
Maybe you should get a copper plot tattoo inside your triangle.
Well, I don't know because I'm not into cockroaches.
It doesn't
I like
matter.
rocks.
What do you like?
The speed, yeah, 0.3. Thank you. It's for the transect mode.
Amber, you quite like tattoos, no?
I do. And
How many have you got?
I don't know, it's quite hard to say because, for example, the one on my arm is like one big thing. It's not single things anymore. But
Counted as what?
I did them myself, so I
Oh,
didn't-
really?
Yeah, I didn't
That's
invest. I only invested 15 euros in a eBay tattooing machine when I was 17, and that one actually works quite well.
Wow. Very impressed. Maybe you can do my professor tattoo in 10 years' time.
Polychaete.
Where? Couldn't see.
So for people that don't know, polychaetes are worms. I just learned this the other day as well.
But they can be very diverse in regarding shape and sizes. So pretty cool organisms actually.
We seem to have a lot of stuff floating around today. Do you know, is that just sand from the ROV or is that like organic matter?
Stuff in the water
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then if it's stuff in the water column, it'd be like maybe organic, like food for the organisms.
I think so.
I mean, to be fair, when the iceberg broke off, maybe it just disturbed things and like dumped some nutrients from the breakage into the water column and they're now sinking.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was asking the other day Pedro because the stuff in the water columns appears to be red, at least for me visually. I was wondering why he didn't know. I mean, some chunks are also really big, and you see that they kind of look like whatever. Could be actual tissue from whatever animal tissues.
Look at those nice sea cucumbers crawling around, just having a party.
Yeah. It's different, this seafloor than the other.
So there's a question in the chat, and they ask if there could be new species to be found in that area.
We don't know.
Well,
Certainly.
I
I believe there are probably new species,
Mm.
considering the fact that just like 0.01% of the deep sea is yet undescribed or explored. There's probably new species out there.
I think it is possible because I'm not sure how much biological research has actually been done of the seafloor if you go underneath the ice shelf.
Exactly.
Because you can deploy an autonomous underwater vehicle, but these things tend to be pre-programmed rather than piloted, so they tend to measure more physical parameters, right? Rather than providing us actual live footage of when we're flying around looking at these animals.
Yeah.
And if we want to get, say, sediment cores, normally from sub-ice shelf conditions, it's actually logistically a very complicated operation because we have to go use a hot water drill to get through the ice first, then we have to get through the water column and then deploy something like a gravity core to get the sediment.
New waypoint, thank you.
This is a very beautiful wig.
Crinoid.
What is the name, scientific name?
The crinoid.
What?
Crinoid.
Crinoid.
Yeah. Oh, you just got a suggestion for a new tattoo, Sveta. It's a tunicate tattoo.
I'm gonna have to Google that, I'm afraid.
Anemone.
Yeah. Well,
Anemone for
do you
you.
think that would look good to add to mine?
Very different types of things.
Cool.
Like one of these guys?
ROV Bridge, when zooming around, I accidentally grabbed and moved your waypoint. I don't know if that has any effect on your systems.
Alright, good.
Thank you.
So regarding the tattoo, I've got a triangle on the back of my head. There's just an outline. It's quite big, so there's a lot of space to fit something nice in the middle. So please do keep sending the suggestions. Staying open-minded.
How about a square?
It's possible.
It's possible.
It is, anything is possible.
Give them
But the triangle is actually a delta from the Greek alphabet. Because in my chemistry I use a lot of deltas in my equations. They're normally a small delta, but if you have a small delta, it could be confused with stuff like differentiation in maths. And no one wants to be a maths geek, so we just got a nice triangle, you know, it's like cryptic. So I was thinking maybe some more Greek letters that are like nicer professor level for the next one. And maybe like every time I get some academic upgrade, I can just start having like Greek letters down my spine to spell some nice chemical equations. Like I quite like the look of epsilon, you know, with like a nice long tail. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think sounds good. I think it's quite interesting that you only reward yourself with a tattoo if you finish a major step in your life.
That was the first one I got, and so far the single one I have. I don't know, I was quite glad I didn't get them in my late teens, because then, you know, you never know, you might change your mind about the exact things you got on yourself.
I don't know. I
What
never
do you
found
say?
it to be that dramatic. I got my first ones when I was 18, I guess.
You're going down again, right?
I don't hate them or anything.
Oh, that's good.
Some of them are quite naive.
Well, this is the
so
thing.
let me tell you about my most naive tattoo.
Oh yeah, go
I
on.
was really into Amy Winehouse
Oh yeah.
because she was an excellent singer. And then I tattooed myself on my hip the initials of her name and what is the name for the key that you make in front of a sheet where you read the music. The key. Exactly.
I like the music key, yeah.
The
I
music
don't know
key,
what it's
usually
actually
we call
called.
it
Yeah,
key.
the music thing.
So I did that, but I forgot to mirror it before I tattooed it on myself. It's because when you want to tattoo something on yourself and you adjust it to your skin with the paper, then you have to think that you mirror it before, because it will be, when you apply it on your skin, mirrored. So that's why I have a wrong thing on my hip right now. I mean,
Oh. You could always cover it up with something else. But also I feel like you're still quite young, so if you think it's naive now, it might just keep escalating.
what is that?
Wormy worm. We do have a Professor Worm on board, so maybe we should send him an image.
Mm.
monocops. I'm gonna Google that too.
That's a red fish.
Oh, this one is quite nice. Yes, I like that one.
What do you like?
They're suggesting it with this thing for my tattoo.
That's
But do you think it's maybe too biological for my dead rock
Maybe you
soul?
should get a Cora tattoo.
Cora,
A
gravity
a
Cora.
gravity Cora tattoo.
Maybe inside the triangle deploying. So right now I believe the captains are taking us for a ride to our next waypoint. I think Captain Sunny is currently steering us along. And then the next waypoint we might stop and do. Are we going to waypoint 4 now?
Yeah.
Oh, rock collection, my favourite. Grabby, some big rocks.
So Sveta, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
You always wanted to become a geologist.
No,
How did you end up here?
it's an accident. I started off studying economics and planning to become a banker.
Seriously?
Yes, and then something went really wrong. And I became a geochemist.
Bad influence.
So my plan Z is still to go work in a bank. If my science career fails.
But did you finish that
Oh yes.
banking thing?
Yeah. And then I just decided that I wasn't particularly a fan of it, so I don't know. But I think you could always leave academia and go
No, I
work
think
in a
it's
bank. So if I
excellent to have that backup.
especially if I'm ever having issues with financial issues, particularly for whatever reason in life, I could just go become an investment banker, put on a suit, hide my tattoo.
Yeah.
Okay, we have some beautiful exposed bedrock now on the left of the screen. So this bedrock is probably made out of exposed metamorphic rocks. So maybe we just take a closer look. There's a few things living on the rock. So these rocky areas tend to be actually very interesting and very productive. We tend to get a lot of sea life. There's some brachiopods. Professor Teresa, at some point, please can we collect
Do you
me
want?
some? I want some brachiopods, please, at some point, but it doesn't have to be immediate. Maybe
No,
when we have some
get
time.
it maybe a bit later.
Hmm?
Whenever we reach waypoint.
Yeah, or like when we're collecting other things.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jessica, I've heard you're planning to do a PhD.
I don't know where you heard that.
Professor Sea Cucumber told me that you,
No.
you love sea cucumbers so much that you just can't wait to investigate them further.
Oh, I think I have to disappoint you both.
Oh no.
I don't know, it's an option. Let's learn on sea cucumbers, but it does be nice to learn about them. Sounds like a SpongeBob episode, like having a University of Sea Cucumbers just for that.
I would totally attend the University of Sea Cucumber. That would be my first choice of university. And And then Professor Sea Cucumber could be upgraded to the Vice Chancellor of Sea Cucumber University.
First of life.
Jessica, did you want to say something in Portuguese? In case we have any Portuguese listeners out there.
I think they're sleeping actually. This is the UTC is the Portuguese time, right?
Yeah, it's 4
So it's
a.m.
4 a.m.
Well, you never know. I'm normally awake at that time.
Yeah, but you're a night owl. It doesn't count for most of the people.
Well, there's some people that are night owls, and what do you think they do at this time at night?
What?
This is the perfect time to watch some ROV dives.
That's true.
So I think next time I'm at home feeling a bit bored at 4 a.m., I'll just join the transmission from Falcor. I think Tony agrees. She's also going to make sure she checks every single stream now from now on.
Absolutely.
She's going to be giving her professional advice in the commentary box.
You can count on me.
Great. I love it. 5 a.m. in Norway. You're doing very well being up. Thank you for joining us today.
You're getting support.
Yeah. So yeah, I knew I wasn't making things up. Because you know, you finish work sometimes at 3 a.m. and then maybe you have a cup of tea and you're too awake, so you need to watch something before you go to sleep. So turn on the dive stream. It's perfect. This looks quite dramatic with all the sediment now perturbated and going into the water column.
Flying with an airplane through clouds. You can see.
The captains of our ship are doing very well, luckily.
You see this was also covered?
No, that's how I was coming down, and the sediment was coming down with me, so I just closed up that area.
Okay.
Finally, I can log some sediment observations.
Good camera.
So, I'm fully convinced on this cruise, all the biology folk just do not appreciate the sediment enough.
Okay, Sveta, we are waypoint 4, so here it's whenever you see
Some rocks?
a nice rock. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, is this okay?
This rock, yeah, that looks
Yeah.
good size. Can we zoom in on it, please?
Yeah.
Oh, no, not the shell. I'd like the rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this rock is perfect. It even
Yeah?
has the brachopod attached to it.
Okay.
Ah, there's a
Please can you...
As well. Yeah.
This is a perfect intersection of science. Rock for me, worms for Professor Worm.
Do you think that? Yeah,
I think it's a
brachiopods.
brachopod. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it is.
And the polypid.
Oh no, look, there's some nice small mollusk for Christian. He'll be happy.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think this looks like a nice rock sample.
Rock looks like it was deposited there for us to collect.
Captain Claude, please collect me the rock.
Okay, we have a rock in these. I think we can put up another one.
I guess so.
Mm.
If we don't smash the
There's
corals.
one
I mean, for me it's
maybe
saying
two.
rock with corals. I don't know what
Cup
kind
coral.
Mm.
It's cup coral.
It's, I don't know if it's cup coral, but it's what
Yeah.
Here it doesn't say, it just says rock.
But do you think we should put it in another because I really
Yeah.
want to smash it?
No, then wait next to it. To wait. It's very fluffy, yeah? It's like in sweater.
Yes, it is. So I think it's similar, the sediment to the stuff. Actually, that's even fluffier, right? Seems to have a big organic layer. Thank you, Captain Claude. I love my rock.
Yeah, please.
At least the rock is there. I don't know about the rest.
I think the rest of things might have gone.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Excuse me.
Okay.
Two way,
That one
I
is
think.
still there.
I think the bracket bars would be gone.
Wait, these are where the sea cucumbers are.
Yeah.
I meant here. So
Two?
yeah, two. Otherwise you will mash.
Is that gone into the bio box?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, the 2A, because in 2B we have another one. Thank you.
So, Teresa, if we collect any more rocks, I suggest we just put them all in the same.
Yeah, in 2A, yeah. Because in 2B there is a cup coral. and
Okay.
Maybe we can mash it.
It's just because I thought we had a rock basket
Yeah,
as
I
well.
mean, if it's really just a rock, then I think we can also put it in the rock basket.
But now we have one of these with rock, we might as well just pile all of them into the same box. Because I'm quite feeling a bit hungry for some rocks tonight.
Happy with it? Anything else, Matt?
No, thank you. Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you, Captain. So yeah, the sediment does seem very soft in this location, right? I wonder if it's like an organic layer on top, like maybe a bit more of it than we've seen in the previous two dyes from the sub-ice sheet
I
conditions.
think so.
It looks that sort of more browny colour,
Yeah.
which you normally associate with the organic mesofluff layer.
Yeah.
You repoint, Rich.
Thank you.
Oh, here's some more nice rocks.
You want it?
Andres only want 4 along the whole dive, so relax, I think.
And I think he also wants them from different places. I
Okay,
Yes.
I want some later, but maybe we keep
what
going
is that? Is it a
then.
new
Yeah.
branch or is
Because-
it a Hollandsonian?
Sorry?
Oh no, okay, never mind. It's a clam.
Look at these worms, so long. These creatures.
Sveta, are you into horror literature or not really? It's not your genre?
Not really,
genre.
not too much.
Okay.
No, I don't know, I don't really have that much time to read non-fiction books these days. Because I read a lot of science literature in the day and then I just feel a bit tired, so I don't really read too much like
But do you
fiction.
listen to audiobooks or also not really?
No, not really. I quite like podcasts and stuff when I have time to do some lab work on my own. That's quite nice. I just am quite into music, so listen to some music often. Yeah. What about you?
I was just about to recommend you something that is about an Antarctic expedition, and there's some paleontologists on board, and it's fiction because it's from H.P. Lovecraft and it's very old, but they're kind of flying to Antarctica and discovering some fossils and doing some. It starts very sciencey, and then at some point they notice that there's weird footsteps in the ice, and then at some point there's a kind of city that they find in Antarctica, which very ancient buildings, and then at some point massive penguins appear, killer penguins, and they. I don't want to spoiler all of the story, but of course it doesn't have a happy ending.
Maybe you should send me the title and
I will. Because I like it because it starts very sciencey, you know. Of course it's
that
fiction.
sounds quite relevant to our trip right now.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting. Oh yeah, here's someone already came up with.
Mountains of Madness.
Yeah.
Excellent. They're reading your mind, Amber.
Yeah.
I'm gonna note this down before it disappears. Mountains of Madness. So, regarding my favourite podcast, so recently I really got into this podcast. I'm just gonna see if I can find the name of it because
It's probably the Deep Sea podcast from Tom, because you haven't heard about that one.
well, I have heard about it now, but I've yet not checked it out.
Should we slow down a little bit?
Sorry?
Should we slow down a little bit? I don't know. Yes, we are okay.
So recently I've really got into this podcast called Secrets of the City. And like I said, because of my background in sort of economics and banking, this podcast basically, it was mainly, most of the episodes were made in the pandemic. And they interviewed young people sort of our age, sort of at the beginning of their career, once they finished uni until about the age of like 30 or so, just regarding how they find all these different banking jobs. Because sometimes this world, like there's so many different actually jobs out there, but you're not necessarily aware of it unless you're part of that, and some of them actually require less skills and, for example, maths and economics than you might think. So there's very interesting ways to learn money, but it's kind of very cutthroat world out there, very competitive, which is something I didn't like about it. I prefer collaborative work and being nice to people, personally. But yeah, so it's interesting listening, and most of these people on this podcast have actually long left these jobs and only sort of lasted like maybe 12 months or some of them a few years, and just felt kind of like mentally and physically destroyed from the type of work they were doing. So yeah, I thought it was quite good. So if you want to learn more about banking for alternative careers and stop being
Hey, man, you never
the
know.
master of cockroach, maybe you should check out this
Yeah,
podcast.
we just have to look if it's available in Germany. That's actually
It's just on Spotify.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it should be
It's probably
possible. I will check it out. You have to send me the title again, and then I will check it out.
Now before I forget, I think it's quite interesting. But yeah, I tend to sort of cycle through them. I just like listen to some podcasts until the episode run out, and then kind of forget about them. And if they're like super interesting, maybe I'll subscribe. But a lot of stuff, like sometimes I get a couple of weeks to do lab work, which is like a luxury. That's my holiday these days, just in the laboratory with my sediment. So nice. But anyway, when I have that time, I just listen to loads of podcasts, and then I get really busy. I do lots of teaching, and I just totally forget what was in these podcasts until I find a new good one and just sort of start that from episode 1.
So you also teach classes in the UK?
I do quite a lot of teaching in the university, yes. So I tend to do small group tutorials. So I don't do any big lectures, but these kind of supervision classes. So normally these consist of 1 to 3 students. So essentially a bit like seminars. This year I've been teaching a lot of quantitative environmental science. Oh, big nice rock.
Rock alert.
So we're not sampling this one.
No.
Teresa's Professor Sea Cucumber's fridge is already too full of these massive rocks.
Too many.
There can never be too many rocks, but like I
New
say,
waypoint.
I'm not greedy, so these are really big. Yeah, so I do these tutorials this year. So I teach a lot of climate stuff, like generally past climate, climate dynamics, kind of stuff, oceanography, chemical and physical oceanography. No, it's not biological oceanography. This year have been doing a lot of teaching on a new natural science pathway in Cambridge, which is called quantitative environmental science. And we've had so far various topics like flooding, so you kind of do some mathematical modelling of how flooding would look like, hydrogeology, some box modelling and carbon box models, kind of thing, energy balance models, some atmospheric chemistry, so stuff like that. Yeah, we just solve loads of equations together in classes. It's very fun.
Sounds very interesting.
As the students told me, maybe we should start some classes here.
In the UK.
No, I mean here.
Here.
On the ship, on the transit back.
Oh.
I can perfect my classes for next term.
Yeah.
You guys can learn some maths. Does that sound good?
That
Instead of
sounds-
movie night, we have a maths class.
I'd love to get a
We
math
have a maths
class.
class.
Maths is my nightmare.
Great, I'll get my whip out to make sure you're doing the homework. I'll start with principal component
Really, I almost
analysis.
failed my, what is the highest degree, like Matura or something? When you go to school in Germany, it's called Abitur.
Oh, okay, the like A level or
I
IB,
guess,
whatever. Do you guys have IB sometimes though, the International Baccalaureate thing as well, right? Because in UK, that's like the qualification you can do to like finish school.
I don't know.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe before Brexit? No, I really don't know. It's not a very common thing. The common thing is that you do Abitur if you want to go to the university. And I almost failed because of maths. And I really wanted to get it done. I struggled a lot.
So maybe you really need some maths tutoring on the ship, a bonus.
Yeah, but to be honest,
Just
what I
curious.
also found afterwards that for me in my life is really not that relevant. So I kind of gave up on it.
Yeah, but Pedro, so Professor Cockroach was showing us some principal component analysis that day, so I'm assuming, is he your supervisor? He's not your master.
He's my
boss.
supervisor.
Oh,
Like,
So
Why
that
is
makes
he your
sense.
supervisor?
well, for my research
Ah.
research project, he's my supervisor.
and he's not yours?
He's my boss. He pays me. He
Okay.
doesn't advise.
So he's your supervisor? This is very confusing.
No, I mean supervisor is someone who helps you
But I thought,
fulfilling your job.
but I just assumed that like you two and Gina were all supervised by Pedro, like at your masters.
No.
Like I know you worked for him, but I thought you were also
No, we
students.
work for him. It's
I see.
like a technician.
Okay.
He sometimes gives his advice, but
So he can definitely be Professor Cockroach, and then you guys can say goodbye, Cockroach. I like other things that are nicer.
Yep. You could.
Jessica, how do you feel about cockroaches? You can comment on both the underwater ones and the normal ones.
I don't care much about either actually.
So you don't mind them?
No, I don't mind.
Maybe
Not
then you could do a PhD on cockroaches. Compare the underwater
not
ones to
minding
the normal
something
ones.
means you can ultimately do a PhD.
Perfect. Perfect PhD topic, I think.
Maybe
So,
your PhD should be about something that you actually really like and are passionate about.
maybe I should do a second PhD on cockroaches
If you have the time, feel free.
in my free time.
Pedro is a supervisor.
Oh.
Maybe.
No, because I didn't say underwater cockroaches.
Oh, sorry. Wrong assumption. So I wanted to come back a bit to biology here and the stuff we're actually seeing on the seafloor. And what we see all the time is a lot of sea cucumbers, mainly, I guess, the same family. Is it the same family? Both LPD, right? Okay.
The same species.
Same species. Then we see a lot of crinoids on the floor, not on the rocks as we saw them in the last dives. We see hemichordates, which you can see now in the frame, which are worms as well. Actually very long ones. They are called, I guess the normal term or the common term is acorn worms. They kind of form a jelly above them, which...
It's kind of like mucus.
Mucus, which
Yeah.
protects them from what not is down there. I don't know. What else do we see? We see open shells of scallops. I don't know if that ultimately means that they're not alive anymore, but we mainly see them opened up.
Do you think we could zoom into one actually? That might be interesting, right? To have a look.
On what?
On like an open scallop to see whether it's like alive or not.
I guess so. I think there's a lot of stuff, it's just too fast to see everything. I think it's so cute if these sea urchins are always covering themselves with the shells. With little heads. See, they always do that. There's another one.
That's a very typical thing for sea urchins to do, like
See?
at least for some species, to cover themselves up.
What is the purpose? To
I
hide?
think it's mainly for protection and to hide, but
But how do they get the stuff on top of their...
Zoom here.
Now we have a coral. Now it's getting interesting.
We also look like we're going to fall off this wall. Maybe that's why. I'm going to log a rock. I see a nice rock behind the coral.
I just need to go over to see if there are more. Otherwise, but I need a...
So Professor Cucumber has recently really got into the corals as well as a side project, so she would like to sample some nice corals.
Not recently. I have a project. I'm leading a project with corals. Nice. Good.
Oh, this is very
Very
pretty
nice.
looking coral.
that's a very beautiful one.
Is it possible to sample just like
Yeah.
a bit? Yeah.
Very cheaper come to slow
In the
falls.
coral creeper one?
Here, slow down.
Isolated. Interesting.
Nee.
So are you guys thinking of doing a PhD after your masters?
Probably
I'm
yes.
thinking of buying a farm.
Already?
Yeah.
Where?
Somewhere in Germany.
So in Germany, not abroad.
No, I still have a lot of family and grandparents, and I think it's not time yet to move away from there. I want sheep, and I want goats, and I want dogs, and
Baby
maybe
goats.
some chickens. Something that is easily manageable.
Like the natural kind of
I
lifestyle.
want to wake up in the morning and care about problems like how many eggs did my chicken lay. Stuff
Maybe you're
like
just
that.
having a midlife, quarter-life crisis.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, but
You
the
could also
problem that
try
doesn't-
it out. Buy a tent. I've done this for 2
You
summers
think you
in a
can
row
rent
now.
goats and sheep?
No, but like you just live in a tent in the middle of nowhere, and it's a good test whether you
I
kind of
did
like
that for
all
3
this.
weeks in Chile before.
But I've done this for 2 summers in a row now for like 4 months at a time. It's quite good. Like test it for like an extended period of time because the tent is quite a cheap option, you know, before you buy the land.
I already have one.
Well, exactly. No, get a nice big one, and then you just need like a nice car with a trailer. Isn't like a car that can fit the trailer on it, not necessarily a nice one, but just a decent like off-road one. You can put all your camping stuff in there, and then yeah, just see how it goes. But that does sound like a midlife crisis to me.
I don't know.
Whilst Tony, I can imagine, would be a very good PhD student.
Oh, you think so?
I really want you to just come be.
I
my
know you
PhD
want me to
student.
work with foreign affairs. I know.
I know, yeah, the foreign affairs and identification.
Maybe.
Maybe. We do some more slippery sediment work together.
Oh,
and
that sounds just fabulous.
great.
Well, I think we'll probably find out at the beginning of next year, because this year I will probably finish. No, I will finish my masters by the end of this year. So.
Yes, of course you will finish it.
I will, of course.
Yeah, I have no
I
doubt.
can achieve everything that I want to. So.
Absolutely.
Oh.
I feel like you are very organized.
Sometimes, not always.
And I could do with someone
I have still
telling
a lot
me
to
stop
learn.
being late and what day
I feel
it
it's
is.
more like in our lab, it's like we are 4 people with very different abilities,
Yeah.
and together we are one very productive human.
Yeah,
We are
but
all
like
4 of
all
us.
individuals are kind of chaotic.
But I don't know, to me it seems you guys all work together really well as a team here, for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean we already work together in another crew, so
You kind of know how it all works.
Yeah.
Who's doing what.
Yeah.
So who's your core extruder?
We change, we swap.
yeah,
Oh.
we change every now and then, so everyone gets to do everything.
That's quite interesting that you still manage to be so efficient.
But like I just really love to put the chorus back together after we finished everything, and Gina's doing all of the organizational stuff.
Is she? Oh really? I thought you would be like the organizer.
No, also,
On this
also keeping the database and stuff.
But I mean, you're probably all very organized. You give off that impression, being very organized,
Thank you.
punctual.
I took a lab book with me and I think it doesn't have a single entry. Do you assume we're organized because we're Germans?
Maybe. Well, you're not Mr. Chaos, aka co-chief scientist Sasha.
I think he's chaotic. He's passionate, I like that.
Yes,
He really is passionate.
he is very passionate. Likes how his ice sheet moves like butter over the sediment and leaves the marks. He knows that movement he does in our science meetings. We haven't yet sampled the coral, right?
No, I think the sediment is so fluffy that
Okay.
they're trying to.
I was a bit concerned I missed something. So for reference, Amber, how big is this coral?
I think the lasers are 10 centimeters.
I can't see them right now.
I also can't see them. Maybe if the camera points towards the coral.
This is a section box? What these?
Coral.
Coral.
Coral
How's the
creature.
coral tweezer? So we're just now going to use the Captain Claude is going to use a coral tweezer to pluck out this coral for Professor Teresa.
It's for Erin, it's for a lot of
Oh,
people.
okay.
I would say it's 25 centimeters.
Yeah.
Guck, was ich dir geschickt habe.
Hey. Okay.
Firebox.
Yeah. No, we cannot. It doesn't fit right to the coral river. Okay, it has to be alone then. Then this, the 8 alone. But a glamorous shot, please.
Yeah.
First.
Or is it up on video?
Oh, that's very nice.
Right. Or is it up?
Oh, there's amphipods on top.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What species or
Thank
what
you.
type of coral is this?
It's octocoral.
Oh, it's the octocoral that
Yeah.
Erin was telling us about. Nice.
Thank you.
I think she'll be happy, so Erin should be joining us quite soon.
Lilac thing. What is the purple stuff? Can you? Oh, it's just part of the coral. Okay.
So well done. Thank you.
It's very pretty. It kind of looks like flowers in that this one.
Oh, there's an isopod and 2 amphipods. Hope they're gonna stay.
Done for you.
So that's going to be BB4A. Oh.
Easy much. What do you look? I'm just gonna scroll over to the left there.
Oh, come on, stay there. Oh.
Sneak in drawing.
quite a nice big coral.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all the stuff that was under is gone.
Okay. Good.
Sediment that is around is because of the ROV or it's because of the place?
RV.
It's because I need to close an skin bottle.
Okay.
But yeah, cannot have so much interference of the sediment. So what you recommend to go a little bit?
I could just go forward a bit.
Okay.
Because I'm landed.
Yeah.
And there's not much current around.
Okay.
Good night. Goodbye, Antonia. I hope we see you again soon.
Of course we will.
Enjoy the rest of your shift. Thanks very much.
Pull that back to my forward. Side of the
Ah,
Not looking too cloudy for you.
No, probably it's not too cloudy.
Fire it in.
Yeah.
Captain Claude, the audience really likes your manipulation of the hands.
Okay. This kind of one.
Yeah. I think
no. There's something in front of you.
it's there.
Anything else in?
No, can go on. can zoom in this seabed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Amber,
See,
do you want to tell us about the seabed?
I only know that it's Umbellula. End of the story. No, we have
you.
seen them quite a lot in Chile, actually.
And here too.
And here too. But what my observation is that here, for some reason that I don't know what it is, they have much longer stalks.
What kind of environments do they normally like?
I mean, in Chile we have been in submarine canyons and we saw them quite abundant there. I guess, I mean, I'm really not a specialist in anything of that, but I guess they're kind of filter the stuff out of the water. So I guess they prefer areas where there's currents or favorable nutrient flow in the water column. Sometimes they're more orange, sometimes you see a little bit more purple. Yeah, that's what I can say about it.
We've definitely seen quite a few around here now. I agree. There's also a lot of sea cucumbers. Professor, is this the standard for the amount of sea cucumbers, like generally?
Fish. Do you see?
Professor
Yeah.
Fishman, Tom, I hope you're watching.
He's in a meeting.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he wants, but
No, I think we saw that one quite often.
okay. I'm fishing my pen.
Do you want me to try?
No, it's okay.
So did you say we normally see this abundance of sea cucumbers elsewhere as well?
No, you see very high abundance when the
There's
food is good.
Sampleable rock or not?
Yeah,
Which
maybe.
new waypoint?
Sveta.
Yes, I think this, where are we? Waypoint 6.
Yeah. Going to waypoint
Can
7.
we do the lasers to the rock?
Sorry? Okay, what?
Do the
Updated
lasers to the
waypoint.
rock?
I mean, there would be another one.
No, there's
over
another
there.
one. Yeah, maybe we keep going towards that one.
You want this one or not?
Just to
Sveta?
see what size it is, because I don't think we need big ones. That's
Okay.
so. There's one just ahead, I think, like past that sea cucumber.
Just these.
Or this
Have a
one.
look. With the lasers, you'll see. So, what do you think?
Just over 10 centimeters.
Yeah,
12
it's 10
centimeters.
more or less, yeah.
12.
Sveta, it's too big or you want this one?
I think it's too big now. I
Okay.
think we maybe look for some smaller ones.
Thank you.
And we don't want to fill your whole lab with rocks, Teresa.
Yeah.
Because there's one just on the left there, past the sea cucumber, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah,
Yeah, I see.
yeah. And Sveta? It's a bit smaller.
Yeah, so I think, maybe this one we
Yeah?
sample.
Okay. Can go together with the other box.
Yes,
right?
definitely.
Okay.
Click on this. Great, can you cut the pause? Just gonna take a sample of this rock.
Taking a break.
I think it's coffee time.
You have-
Perfect.
you have 2 more hours,
breakfast
huh?
coffee.
You have 2 more hours.
Yes.
Who was with you on the ship?
Erin, Anna, and Maritza. Look, it's got some
the
rocket
coral,
pods in
I
it as
think.
well. I think we just
And
crushed
also,
it.
Colors.
One just on to the left.
the same as where you put the other rock before? Yeah.
Right, watch now.
This is B2A. So these rocks again that we've been collecting also look like some drop stones. So these are rocks deposited by the ice shelves as they retreat from the area. Now from the movement of the ice shelf on land, essentially they move like large flow bodies of water, similar to, for example, rivers. But if you imagine this is a solid ice moving, and they rip off essentially bedrock or rocks and also sediments from underneath. From the sheer strength of that movement as the ice sheet flows. So during this process they pick up rocks, like I've just said. This kind of gets debated into the flow because the flow is solid, so it's like lifted into depth or to the top of the ice sheet. And eventually when that ice sheet retreats, so halves from the shelf and essentially gets broken off into the sea, the rock gets deposited back into the ocean surface, which is what we see here, these drop stones. And the reason we are collecting them is we are actually interested to see their origin. We would like to date one or two rocks and see how old this bedrock is. And from that we shall do further investigations. We have a couple of geologists on board who are really interested in these specific rocks. So we're collecting them alongside some biological specimens. Interesting at this station, we've seen quite a few scallops. I don't think we saw any at the previous stations, so did we?
I think they were around.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Yeah, just what is that thing?
It's a heavy chordate, so worm.
Oh, it's a big worm.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also quite a high abundance of these ones, the heavy chordates. Seem to be a fan of Antarctica.
And they're the same time of scallop that you can eat in a restaurant?
Don't think so.
Because maybe we should pick a few up and cook them for our leaving party from the ship. Jessica, do you like scallops?
I don't think I haven't tried them actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, even more reason to taste these Antarctic ones.
There's a big nemertine. You see that?
Mhm.
White one?
Yeah.
I see a rock.
What is that?
A worm.
Bridge, you could resume the back move.
We're looking
Thank
forward
you,
for my
moving again.
night snack.
Hmm?
I'm looking forward for my night snack.
Yeah, it's very good. We have food.
Snacko
all
de la
around the
noche.
clock. Some coffee. Oh, that's a nice looking jellyfish.
No,
I think
it's
it's a
not
cucumber.
a jellyfish.
No, it's a stenfor.
think is a flying also? Or do you think it's a flying sea cucumber?
It can be. Yeah.
There is a look at the sediment that looks very orangey again. Maybe it's got that fluff layer on top again.
Yeah.
Another worm.
We are going up in a minute.
Oh, we've got quite a big climb. It's quite cool.
Yeah.
Sharks? Sharks? Who did that? No. It's not sharks. Sharks and rays.
There's quite a lot of abundance of things now on the sea floor here. Nice rock for me to log.
But it's the same kind.
Of rock?
No. I'm looking at the fauna. I wasn't there. Look at the beak on Balula.
Oh,
It's
wow.
huge. Wow. The Nazaré Canyon, they are tiny.
Yeah, this looks very big, very interesting.
Really.
So, is this an animal?
Yes, it's a coral.
Oh, it is a type of coral.
Yeah. It's a sea pan.
I know it's a sea pen, but I wasn't sure exactly what a sea pen is.
Okay. I just told you.
Thank you very much. I'll be a professional biologist by the end of the cruise.
Okay. You
Ready
wanna
to-
work? You wanna work for me?
I'm not sure, but I'm ready to teach biology classes.
I know. No.
I know. You don't think I'd be a very good biology teacher?
You will.
There's a Dumbo.
Oh yeah.
Can you swim? Yeah.
A nice octopus coming up.
Of course, again, asleep, as they always are.
And we did have one that woke up the other day.
Yeah.
Was that with you guys? No. Maybe it was the shift.
So
So we have a change of the science party coming up.
You're getting new professors.
We are getting new masters professors. So say bye to Professor Sea Cucumber, Masters Amber and Jessica. Muchas gracias. Erin, we sampled you a very nice coral.
Alright. What color is it?
Orange.
Ask Teresa. You don't know the color? I forgot now. I was looking at rocks. I was too preoccupied.
but we
You ready? I've got coffee. I am ready.
so it's
Ready for a drive? Oh, it looks like we're getting new captains as well. This is very exciting.
but I think it's
The situation is, huh? We're at 0.6.
Not much. Moving to waypoint 7. Sit camera, giving ground hold. It's on the forward lock one. And
because they didn't
Anything
fix
that's
the
floaty?
Because the fish
But I closed it because the environment was
Have a
changing.
coral
There were
and
corals.
sinking
Like
coral.
those.
But it was in sediment,
down to something else.
Hi everyone. So anyone have goodbye, Professor C. Cucumber.
Alright,
So we just had a change of crew. We now have Professor of Corals, and we have Professor Jess and Captain Andy driving the vehicle in the driver's seat. Taking us for a ride. I'm still here. We also have Maritza. I'm going to tell you about her in Spanish because I'm very good. Maritza is reina de la biología. Ella hablara español contigo porque mi español no es bueno.
ROV bridge.
Go for ROV.
There's an iceberg coming in, so on our way north we have to either go a little bit fast to cross the path of the berg, or we at some point will have to delay to let the berg pass ahead of us.
To go to the north right now, northeast.
Yeah, I'll let you know how that changes and if we have to delay, if it gets too tight.
Roger. Are we ready to roll?
Yes, Captain.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go at a faster pace and see if we can get ahead of it instead of being held up. So, yeah, hi everyone. My name's Erin Easton. I'll be with you in watch lead for the next couple of hours. We just changed shifts, just as I was saying, and yeah, we just have word that there's an iceberg.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to
That's about
guesstimate how
ready
far we have to go to get on the path.
get in
I'll
our
keep you
path,
posted.
but we're going to go ahead and try to get ahead of the iceberg so that we're not held up. So we're going to at least try to make it to the next waypoint and see what they have to say. Since after waypoint 8 is when we start having more instructions to do sampling and rock collections. So let's see.
We're on a mission, Erin, today to collect some rocks, but I like small ones because I'm not greedy.
Alright, sounds perfect.
So gonna go up the hill, so there might be some nice rock specimens. But you should check out the coral we got to just earlier on the shift. It had like purple bits, people were very interested. Like on the ends of the kind of tentacles.
Okay, that's cool. You'll have to check out the pictures later. It's hard to say. It could have been like what we saw the other day where it was overgrown by another coral, or some corals actually can come and kind of change colors, like along the, like some polyps are one color and some are another, so yeah, super cool.
It was really quite a large one as well. I didn't think we meant to collect such a large one, but it just kind of just happened because the sediment was really fluffy top layer, like probably a lot of organic rich matter, so the coral just kind of popped out. And then we had to stuff it in the bio box. Didn't fit in the coral tweezer box.
Yeah.
So I don't think we've introduced Professor Anna, who's also joined us.
Yeah.
And she's a professor of plastic. And the water bottles.
I love your introductions here.
Thank you. Professor Jess.
I like how we're all professors.
No, I'm not. No, we have Captain Andy.
Captain.
I'm Doctor, and Maritza's the Queen. In Spanish, Reina. Maritza, hablo español. Want to introduce yourself in español?
I'm sweet.
Oh, okay. I'll drink more coffee and be ready to give you espresso conversation.
Oh, I can smell coffee.
Well, 2 hours into my commentary, I'm just waiting for the chat to wake up. So we discussed what sort of tattoo I should get when I upgrade to professor.
You're not a professor yet.
Exactly, so I told him I have quite a few years to think about it, so we were thinking about different fish specimens.
Really?
There's a lot of sea cucumbers.
We kept seeing them all day today.
Oh yeah?
Very rich in sea cucumbers.
Rainbow of destruction.
Did you guys collect any sea cucumbers?
Yes, we've already got all the sea cucumbers, I believe. I don't know, we've got 4 sea cucumbers, and then we got some push calls for Teresa already. But I don't know if she wanted more than 4 or was that all? And we got 1 Niskin bottle?
Yeah.
That was intentional?
Great.
Isn't, I don't know, I'm asking the professor of the water bottle.
Yeah, it was fine. His intention.
Smasher.
So guys, I had some questions about these scallops that we're seeing, but no one on the previous shift could enlighten me my biological knowledge. So, are they alive or are they dead? And why is there so many here? And also, are they the same ones that I eat in the restaurants, or are they different?
I'm pretty sure are different. I mean,
all the important questions.
that was the most important one.
It was coming right at the end.
Different species, for sure. You know, they come here to collect them.
I think we should collect a few, sample them.
But you
Hmm.
like them.
Well, some are alive and some are dead. The ones the urchins are wearing are definitely dead.
It's not the orcas in their sand.
No, but I think we need to collect the ones that have the actual scallop in them and sample it in the restaurant.
Not you. So we are in point 0.
Yes, I think we've got this big hill coming up, so it'd be nice. Might be some nice things on the way up. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we have a change in depth of like 100 meters, 150 meters.
Professor
Over
Jess
a
is
couple
going to zoom
waypoints.
us right up the hill, so we're there in no time.
We'll get you to the rocks.
Oh, that is our waypoint. Rock collection. Okay.
So, Erin, how many corals do you want to collect today?
You know, it'd be nice to get a full or
That
near
would be
full
great.
set
At
of
the moment,
quivers.
that looks like our course is not northerly enough yet to get through its path, but we still have about half an hour before we make contact, so I'll keep you posted.
ROV copies, thank you.
Okay. Let's see where.
That's all that matters.
So we have
So you'd like
2
to say...
waypoints, and then we switch a little bit to the west, north. Okay. Yeah, let's just kind of keep going. Yeah, we're still getting updates about the iceberg and where it's at, so we might have to end up diverting
Quickly log the rock.
from our path.
I keep being too distracted forgetting these rock specimens.
Is it going downhill a little bit now?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we're gonna get a little closer.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like there's some corals on that rock right there.
So if anyone that's just joined recently,
No, you can go ahead and keep going. If it's going downhill, it's kind of like awkward to.
loving the tattoo suggestions, please keep them coming. If anyone that's recently joined, these rocks are drop stones, so these are, as the name suggests, dropouts from the ice shelf. So as the ice sheet sort of moves along the slope, essentially it moves like a body of water, so it's still a flow, like a river, but it's solid ice. So from the sheer strength, yes, we actually saw really long ones just before you guys came here. It was really massive. It was really cool. But yeah, so these rocks, essentially as that glacier moves from the sheer force of it erodes and rips off rocks and also sediment from the bedrock or whatever is underneath that ice sheet. And then it eventually goes into the sea, and when that ice sheet starts to retreat, or the iceberg's carving, which is like the area that we're in now, and the ice starts to melt, you get this drop out of these drop stones back onto the sediment, which is what we're seeing these things. And the reason we want to document where they are is because it might help us to reconstruct the sort of chronologically how fast these ice sheets retreated in these areas, but also what kind of environment they came from. A lot of these terrains are metamorphic in nature, so these really old rocks, possibly Jurassic sort of age. And I'm going to log some more rocks that are just coming up on the screen now.
Alright, yeah, I think we're just going a little downhill there. We're gonna start, I think, our uphill climb here pretty quick. Almost to waypoint 8. You'll see there's a kind of rapid change here in the texture of the sediments and an increase in the number of rocks here.
Yeah, this is a
Some of
good
these could be
rock
drop
collection
stones, but
area.
these I think could be also just ones possibly scraped off or broken off from maybe this cliff that we're going to be coming up to. Is there any particular rock that you're interested in, Sveta?
Want rocks with dots and like smallish, so don't want anything bigger than 10 centimeters.
Okay.
So they're taking up too much space in the fridge.
Okay.
So for anyone that doesn't know yet, we're all a bit confused why we're keeping all the rocks in the fridge, but for some reason we are.
Alright, can we go ahead and stop and look at
There's
that
also-
coral
yeah,
on the
there's
left?
some nice.
Thanks.
And if you collect the coral, please can you suck up the brachiopods as well?
Yeah, we'll take a look at them and see. There's- Yeah, I think we have sponges here and not brachiopods.
Oh yeah, that's true.
No, stop and ask. Or if you want to
Okay.
stop, we'll stop and ask.
Okay, sounds good, thank you. Seems like we're starting our uphill climb.
Surprising this hill is actually
Yeah, wait
quite
one,
full of
thank you.
sediment.
Yeah, we're still
Well, I
kind
was
of at the
thinking it might be
base
more
of
like
it.
bedrock type scenario, you know, like working out, but it seems very kind of sedimented.
Yeah, I think we're still kind of at the base of it, so hopefully it'll switch pretty soon. But I've been surprised on a number of the dives so far that there's a lot more sediment than I would have expected
It is,
based on the
but then we
topography.
might have to go back south for a moment and just wait for the iceberg to pass once it's closer. Which I assume is not the end of the world either.
Yeah, well, we just gotta do what we gotta do.
Yeah.
Slow down, and if we gotta go back, we'll go back. And we'll go back for some sample areas.
Yeah, no worries. There's still some time before we hit, so we can just slow down and let it pass.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Captain Andy was just speaking to the ship captain to make sure we didn't crash into an iceberg.
Alright, here we go. Now we're at some rocks. There's a nice
there's
cup
some
coral.
nice rocks. I'm really in a rock kind of mood today. It's not every day, sometimes I'm in the shell mood.
It's still quite covered with sediment though, so
This would have just
Hello,
been, I think
urchins.
this is probably from advection, so we saw a lot of these sort of small shells that we
Alright,
shouldn't be
yeah,
seeing,
let's try
so
to
there
slow
must
down and
be.
take a look at some of if we see biology on the cliffs here. We don't have to stop, just like slow down to a slightly slower pace in case we see some biology, and then we
Yeah,
can.
it's keeping up with the shit. I'll just pay.
Yeah.
You gotta tell me if you're gonna send me.
So I think the reason we still have sediment here is there's really strong ocean currents around this area by the looks of things. So I think that would have just been like laterally affected by these currents onto these rock terraces. It's very nice.
Yeah, it's a nice big sponge over there.
Moving at point forward.
Yeah. Some encrusting sponge. Now we're seeing some brachiopods.
We have a question in the chat, Erin. Someone is asking if the big pink thing is in the Meritia.
I did not see it when we were going through, so I'm not sure. It could have been, in particular if it was like swimming just past like the camera. Can you see what that spot of yellow is as you're on the sit cam? It's just coming out of the sit cam. I think it's over here. I think it's that right there, maybe. Yeah, I think it might be a sponge. I'm just curious. It's a spot of color when we've been seeing a lot of whitish sponges. Green. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, so we have some.
Yeah.
Looks
okay.
like my sponge I used for washing up the mud table in the hangar.
Yeah, it's a nice one. Thank you.
Are we going to sample it?
No,
Yeah.
just getting a closer look at the sponges. It's always good to do an occasional zoom so we can see, oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, we can give that a nice look. We got a crinoid on a large sponge coming up here. Looks like there's...
very cool.
Oh yeah, look at that crinoid moving away. Got a shrimp inside.
This steep elevation, guys, I think we've got a really fun shift.
How are we doing on suction so far?
We haven't got too much yet.
Okay.
I think we have... Oh, we only have the sea cucumbers, and then we got one cockroach, or AK isopods. Not cockroach,
Okay.
no, grasshopper. That's what we got. So yeah, I was mentioning earlier, we have 2 oceanographers on board, and they've deployed a couple of gliders, one in this particular area.
Nice anemone.
I think it'll be really interesting to see what sort of circulation changes they find from the glider observations, particularly because we are seeing a lot of this exposed bedrock terraces actually covered in the sediments. So, and there's other indications from the kind of preliminary work that we've done so far on board that indicate there might be some really strong currents and circulation in this area. So it'll be really interesting to see what the data is like once the glider comes back. And hopefully we can recover it and find it back in the sea when it's time to collect it in a few days' time. So I think that's going to be fun. Apparently oceanographers want all eyes on board to look out for this little glider as it approaches the ship. I hope you are ready.
Yeah, looks like the shape of it is like
Are the lasers on right now? Have I lost them? I thought they were on a moment ago. There we go. Thank you. Like, where'd they go?
They're
It's a
hiding.
nice crinoid. Just not sure. I don't usually wear my glasses. I usually have my contacts in. So, like, am I imagining it? All right. Oh yeah, there's some nice crinoids in here.
very steep. It's very surprising that it does have sediment stuck in it.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this one.
Alright, let's go ahead and slow up here and look at what's on the rock.
Stop the ship for a minute, and I can catch up with you.
Here's still actually pretty close. 67.
Gonna move up this rock face a little bit slower and see what we see.
What's the elevation changes to this waypoint from the previous one?
Yeah, it's like 100 meters.
So we're at like 100-meter tall wall of rock.
Yeah, we have about 60 meters left to go. We've already gone up 40 meters, so.
So this bedrock topography was essentially, most of it was carved out by the force of these glaciers as they were shaping the seabed. Professor Jess is really whizzing up that hill. It's really fun of rock views.
Please skip it. Skip it, Jess.
Skipper Jess? You don't like Professor?
No, I'll take both.
Professor Skip.
Captain Andy's ready to get me some rocks. It's perfect.
Yeah, have you spotted any
Dream
rocks
team.
that we're passing an awful lot of rocks?
I think we should collect actually from this wall. Can we get like if we see sort of a smallish, medium-sized
why
rock?
don't we stop
I think
here?
We need to collect some.
Maybe see if that's loose.
Bridge, ROV, can we pause and move, please?
Yep, can do. And then we'll have to go due south quite soon to get out of the way.
ROV,
That
copies,
was the
thank you.
reason why.
What is that you want to see here?
Let's see if right in here, one of those rocks we can grab.
Yeah, I think one of those maybe. Oh, there's yeah. So there'd be like a nice little rock from my rock
Which way is
collection.
the
Bit of
iceberg coming from?
research.
Is it?
We're gonna have to go to the south.
For souvenirs, this is what I bring my family
This
from when I go abroad. Just some rocks.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we need to drop southeast or southwest. If we could drop southeast or southwest. Or just straight south.
Okay.
Hey, you guys have a preference on which one you want?
Just zoom in on these three and then we'll let Sveta pick.
These are small rocks. I thought you
Yeah,
wanted
they're
big
like
ones.
really small, right?
Yeah.
Look
Like
like the
they're-
size of that shell.
No, they're like 5 centimeters. So you said
Oh,
you
okay.
didn't
Well,
want
let's
anything more
get
than
like
10.
I don't know. Are they?
Which one?
Yeah,
like
I think
this
we
bigger
need a
one.
slightly bigger one.
Okay, this one.
Like
you wanna
maybe,
poke,
maybe that, you know, Erin,
poke the
the
bigger
two
one.
on the right. Should we
This
get?
one.
Yeah.
These two.
And we've been putting all the rocks. I tell you, it was for some reason bio box. One of the bio boxes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, BB2A. So that's the rock box because I'm
Okay.
feeling rock hungry today.
So which one?
Let's just poke that one and see how big it
yeah,
is.
two.
Or like if it's loose even. I don't even know if these are loose yet.
With cap coral.
It's the bigger of them.
This
So
one?
yeah, that one on the the biology on it.
Not a rock.
Not a rock. It's really small. Okay. And this one, these two to the right. How about them?
It's like those small ones. If we have to pop south, we can go back to that rock wall and get something larger than these.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should because it was such elevation changes. I think we need a rock sample. from
Okay.
here.
Well, you are the geologist, so you just point out when there's one that you want.
I know it did look like the wall was kind of pretty solid. I don't know if there was any loose rocks on it.
Yeah, that's a weaver.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and put that in.
So it was
then-
BB2A.
Yeah, we can add it to BB2A. UTC.
OTC 523.
Yeah.
I think that
And hey, Carlos, would you be able to put this upper left screen onto the screen here so I can see the UTC time?
Which one?
This upper left of the quad screen to that one. Thank you. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Andy.
All right, so let's go ahead.
Is that the only rock you wanted?
Yeah, for now, I think we'll.
Yes, I
We're
did
gonna.
it.
Are we gonna have to
Bigger
head
ones.
back south?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
At some point. We're not gonna be able to go to the north, so if there's more stuff when we get here.
No, let's just go ahead and start heading back south now, but not along our same track. Just kind of head straight.
Yeah, it's good. I'll let Phil know he can move to the south now.
Okay.
Hey Phil, it's ROV. If you want to start heading to the south now, you can. We're just gonna follow you along.
Are we going back
You say you're ready to go south?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Erin, are we
Alright.
going back down the hill?
Yeah, we have to go back down the hill to avoid the iceberg. We weren't able to get in front of it, so we're gonna have to go back and then let it pass. So we're gonna move backwards, which means we're gonna probably move probably a bit slower.
And then we're going to go back up the hill after?
Yeah, eventually we'll go back up the
Okay, so
hill.
we can pick up some bigger rock on the way.
Yeah, so we're gonna hopefully follow a slightly different path and maybe be able to see something else.
So people in the chat want to know, what are those tunnels and the gases? Are they polychaetes, the worms?
There's a single penguin riding on that iceberg.
Oh, bad time for a shift, guys.
Yeah.
I'm yucky.
I'm sorry, professors and captains.
There's,
If you can describe it.
I mean, there's,
We should tell them send photos.
well, maybe Carlos can look at the CCTV and see if it's the iceberg's visible. If he has a time. He's pretty busy, but.
Is there, since we're actually here,
Mhm.
is there anything else while we're waiting?
No, I think I would just rather head back south, and then we have to come back uphill anyway, so might as well get out of the way first, and then that way we can collect on the way up while we're waiting for it to pass. So, so yeah, we're just gonna head back down slope here. We weren't able to avoid the iceberg, and yeah.
I think it's Madagascar.
I don't know. I don't think I could tell one penguin apart from the other, really.
No, I meant the
Oh, yeah.
What's that? The rocks?
Alright, so we just have to wait for the ship to get a little bit ahead of us. So as it's moving back, it was a little bit north of us. So we're gonna slowly make our way back down until we can follow the ship back south and down slope. Yeah,
So
we're gonna
these rocks that we are seeing are probably some metamorphic rocks, and we've been having some conversations about these rocks, so we think there might be some schists and some metasandstones. So essentially this would have been some sandstones that normally is a sedimentary type of rock, but these would have been deposited so long ago, many millions of years ago, that from the compression eventually they turn like really solid and turn into this metasandstones and probably become metamorphic in nature from the really high pressure sort of system that occurs. For anyone who's recently joined, we're currently in the sub-ice shelf area. It's very cool because this area was completely covered by ice shelf only about a week ago. We were very lucky because we were in the area already when this iceberg carved off, and then the iceberg moved away, so we managed to move in, and now we're exploring the sea floor. Both using the ROV, we did some mapping, we're getting sediments, and essentially find a lot of sediments. We've got 4-meter gravity core, really fascinating, and we're finding a lot of things. This is a very unique opportunity. I believe to date is actually the fastest any ship has been able to come into the area within only a few days of that massive opening up of the ice shelf.
Yeah, so we're gonna stick around in this area for a number of days still, continue deep dives at different locations. And so we can explore from fairly deep, around 1,200 meters, up to shallower depths. For example, today's dive is going to go to around 550 meters depth. Just to see what was living underneath the sea ice. So
We see actually it's quite interesting. We see a lot of like strong currents here, right? There seems to be the matter is moving very quickly.
yeah, this is just the ROV we're seeing right now. You can see it's actually going in a different direction, I think, than the current flow that we were seeing on the way up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the
It's just
current
from us,
was
so
coming kind of from the west, which makes me wonder if another side of this feature would have like more rock with less sediment, kind of like what happened earlier today, where we moved to another location and all of a sudden we saw lots of corals and sponges and less sediment on the exposed rock. So I think we're just on a side that has a lot more sedimentation occurring on it because of the current. But it's really hard to predict on these small scales the currents that get redirected by all the topography. Yeah, right now the ship is about even with us. So we just need it to get a little further ahead of us as we're moving slowly downhill. And we'll explore a little bit further back down slope and eventually start working our way back up after the iceberg moves out of our way. Oh yeah, there it is.
The iceberg?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have the good enough view to see the penguin on it.
Oh.
I feel like that all the time. I feel like there's a penguin. I'm like, yep, there is a little black speck
Did you
out
see
there.
the whales today?
I didn't see. I saw seals.
Oh, the seals, yeah.
Don't say whales because
This is what's happened when I've sat in this room for 3 hours. Ready to finish my coffee.
Yeah. I saw the whale the other day.
But did you see the seals though, right up by the ship, and it
Yeah.
looked like
Yeah,
they were eating something from the ship? Yeah, it was so cute.
Yeah, they kept diving underneath the ship.
I was really trying to convince Leo to open up the moon pool so we can like get some on the deck. But they were not having any of it, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if they were playing in the moon pool or attracted by the flow of the propellers or something.
I think it is possible actually that we were, because I saw a few that kind of semi-dive under the ship, or rather they were like right up quite side and then they just disappeared. So I'm not sure. Like, I think they went into the moon pool and maybe they're just like eating stuff. Maybe it's some of this organic matter off the ship. I don't know.
I think they might just have been like
Bridge. I'll slow
playing.
down here and see how that goes. Maybe we're far enough already.
Oh, we got
Okay.
it.
Then I'll inquire.
Yeah, I don't know if like it gets. I haven't seen any clear evidence of like sediment falls or anything, but I don't know if they've seen anything in the cores of evidence of maybe turbidity currents. I think it's just a really steady rain of organic material in this area, so it's high sedimentation.
But even then, I think this would have been very recent because in theory you should not get high sedimentation. Like if it was covered by ice completely until a week ago, you know, then there would be very difficult for sediment drop down before the ice retreated. So maybe it's very recent sedimentation events just in this last week. Things moving around.
I
Well, I
think
don't know. No. This has not accumulated over 1 week. No. This would have been brought in by all the advection and ocean currents, I'm sure of it. But I just mean all the stuff in the water column as well. Oh my gosh.
That is the lonely penguin.
Next time I shall not
Don't
agree.
sea log it when it's
Oh yeah, shall we log it?
there we go.
Log the penguin.
Yeah,
Aw.
penguin. Yeah, sorry, I can't. I think it's hard for me to see when it's behind me.
It's a black boy.
Yeah, it's quite far. We're not
That's
missing
how
out
it
that much.
Oh, there is a seal. The one with the glass.
Okay, just slow down a lot. I'm gonna get out of these clouds.
Alright,
Seal.
so we've dropped back south far enough that there's space for the iceberg to pass by.
I don't think it's an emperor penguin. I cannot see a orange
There's a nice
tip on
cup
it.
coral. Can we zoom in on that cup coral? It's up near the top here. Yeah.
It's gonna be kind of
Go back under the water.
Yeah, it'll clear up eventually.
Erin, we have some comments in the chat. So they're saying they wonder if the sediment slide wipes off any invertebrates and then
Yeah,
things
that's
that
what I
get
was-
established
yeah.
on the rock walls.
That's what I was starting to answer earlier. Is I don't really think so. It's all right. We can just sit and wait it out. We
Yeah, I mean,
can't
I
really go
wouldn't
anywhere. So, but no, I don't like.
wouldn't
It
say
doesn't
so
slide
either.
down. There's no evidence of like. I don't
Is
think
it-
I've seen
are we
evidence
just-
of turbidity currents or
So
like
are
massive.
we just waiting here in
slides.
this bit, or are we?
We're
'Cause
just.
if we are, can we suck me up some of those shells?
We're
Can you
just
see
trying
there's some
to-
like on the left? There's some like brachiopods. Yeah, there's some just behind all the sands.
There's a different one in your sit cam you can look at. Yeah, let's just sit here and look at it. We can wait for it to clear.
And also, this would be actually because we're going back up now, right? It would be good to
No, we're
get
just
a
gonna
lot
kind
of
of
rock, like a loose rock. Can you see
Yeah.
there's loads of those shells like in the middle of the screen?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
see them.
those are brachiopods.
Yep. And there's one rock just sitting right there on top.
Yeah,
but
this
yeah.
that rock would be nice actually because it looks like.
Well, we're gonna sit. Yeah, we're gonna sit down and look at this
cup.
cup coral first, and then we
Okay.
can move up. So
Okay.
Jess is just gonna park. So
Yeah, where's the coral?
Just wait. We are trying to see.
Yeah. And also, it trips me up that the right is on the left and the left on the right. Alright, no.
I was really keen on that rock, you know, the red one with white dots.
I lost it now.
I know, I think,
for the bracket?
but I think we need
no,
to.
I want to look at the coral first, and then it was further downslope, and then we'll move up. for the other things. It was down further. So like down slope. So,
Roger. That's my It's really great for helping us find coral.
yeah.
Okay. You see it? Is it?
No. It might have been a little off to the left, maybe. Yeah. I think it might have been over here somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Is that
Yeah.
it? On the left?
Yep. It might have been an anemone and not a coral, actually. It was hard to tell when we were coming through, but either way, let's take a look at that and let the sediment clear, and then we can start moving up. It's alright, we can still sit and look at it and wait for the sediment to clear. Yeah, because there's, here we go, there we go, right by your, right now is another one. So yeah, I think there were a couple of anemones. And this is an anthomastus coral here. So,
Like it? And then was there a place for that rock?
yeah, I think maybe that's the only rock I see that's loose, so we might look at that next.
It was a really good rock further up, you know, that was like
Yeah, I
different
saw it, we
colour.
can still see it. Yeah.
Can we try and get it if we can still see it? I think that would be a good specimen.
Yeah, it's over there. We can see it from the screen.
There's a few
From the
brachiopods here.
screen.
Yeah, I think we can probably get this coral and the brachiopods in one section, but let's give it a nice zoom. So this is a anthomastus, like coral, like a type of mushroom coral.
That one.
Oh, this is the same.
Oh yeah, so like here. Yeah, I think that one.
Yeah, this is the one. And oh my god.
Okay, yeah, that's nice.
Who is the light?
Oh, this is the
Maybe it's a
octopus.
pseudantomastus.
Huh?
But maybe it's a pseudantomastus. I don't know what is the difference on pseudo and.
Yeah, there's also another genus. There's Anthomastus, Pseudoanthomastus, and there's another genus that's known from polar regions that it might actually be. It's like I don't know the exact genus name, I'm sorry. Especially now with so little sleep. It's like Heteropolypus or something like that, I think. It's that group. Alright, that's great. And then let's go ahead and pan up a little bit and get some nice zooms on the brachiopods before we collect them.
That looks like a nice one.
There we go, that's nice. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, so we can go ahead and collect this. Let's put it in section 7. And even this coral, we're gonna try to suction up. I think you're gonna like basically peel it off with the tip of the suction sampler.
Sure.
And then it should hopefully
You want to do that?
come up. And then we'll get some of the brachiopods too in the same section after.
Just keep your eye on the rock, don't lose it.
Don't worry, I'm very used to tracking. Pretty good at tracking where we see
See it now.
things. Sometimes I
It's
lose it.
peeping into view. Is that thing also the same coral?
Do you guys want like a few of them?
Yeah,
Yes,
we'll get a. I
please.
think we'll grab a couple of them. So yeah, like a few here, and then there's some there. So
Thank you,
whichever
Professor.
ones are easier, that'd be good.
Do you want the first coral?
Yeah, let's grab the coral first, just because I think it's gonna be.
You got blue.
I might grab a bonus sea cucumber with it.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's quite funny.
Nice.
It's quite a small
There it
sea
goes.
cucumber, right?
Yep, and then some of the. Let's grab like 3 or 4 of the brachiopods and the shrimp. Bonus. 543. Okay, thanks. And we got a shrimp and a sea cucumber, brachiopods.
This is going to be a very juicy sample.
Yep.
Full of nice specimens. Make everyone really happy.
754 meters. Awesome. Yeah, I can get maybe one more over on this right side, and then that should be good. Awesome.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Good, there's anyone there?
Yeah, we're good there. It looks like we have a tube anemone down there, but we're gonna leave it. Alright. And then are we, it's too far right now to grab that rock up in the top, right? So we'll have to reposition. You think you can reach it? Okay. Awesome. And we'll zoom in on that rock when you have that squared away, and then see if we can do a collection with it.
Wait, which section things to go into? 7?
Yes.
Yeah, this is like what's common, one of the types of corals that is often referred to as a mushroom coral. So a lot of times they have like a stalk at the bottom and then this mushroom-shaped cap that the polyps come out of. These we've been seeing here have a really short stalk underneath. So yeah,
I see it.
so that's a different type of coral.
It's very sandy.
And, oh, so, suction. No.
What's here?
Yeah, it was.
Someone trying to
middle.
escape. Right, and now, yes.
Perfect.
Escape artist.
This rock really does not want to be collected.
No.
Keeps hiding from us. Keeps hiding from the captain.
Oh, Andy's got it though. Andy's.
Yeah.
Oh, he has it? I can't see it.
Yeah.
There.
You can.
Oh, yeah. Sneaky rock. You'd think it'd be
Yeah,
easier
you-
if it was dead, but no.
Now you've got the Jedi powers.
There he is. Well,
Yay.
woohoo. 5:57.
3 cheers for the captain.
Do you want to zoom in on that, Sveta, or
Yes.
yeah, can we do a zoom?
That looks like a really nice rock. Perfect. Okay, I've photos it. Thank you.
Focusing now. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Oh, look at that.
There we go. That's
Okay,
nice.
that it's perfect.
That's a nice pattern on it.
Which type?
Shrimp.
What is this?
I know, the shrimps are always coming in.
Oh, you want
they
to do
they
this
love the
one,
camera.
The pebble, yeah.
Alright, where is this
Right.
going?
I was going in the same, Anna,
Yeah.
it's in that bio box. Where's the rocks?
Yeah, we can
maybe
just keep
two-way.
putting it in two-way. Yeah, thanks.
Biobox 2, correct?
548.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, yeah, they've got UTC time up now on the bottom right screen, so that'll work. Thanks. All right, we have quite the rock collection going for the day.
Told you I was feeling rock hungry today.
Yeah, I know this. We have only collected rock.
No, we got Erin very nice corals now in the previous shift.
Yeah, now let's keep our eyes peeled for
Professor
some
Captain
more.
Jess, fire up the engines. Let's get up the hill.
Oh, skipper, professor.
Skipper Professor.
So, what's our iceberg status? Do we know? Yeah, let's see if we're still needing to stay in this area or if we can start transecting back up.
Bridge, are we?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Phil. Has the iceberg passed us? Are we able to go back to the north yet?
I would still wait another few minutes, but not a whole lot. Looks pretty cool out of the window.
That's awesome. You got windows up there. Yeah, well, whenever it's clear, just give a shout. Let us know.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no problem. Give me another 5 or so, maybe. It's just a beam passing us.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Here, I'll just look around here if you want.
Yeah.
Any other rocks?
Yeah, let's just
Yeah,
go,
let's go.
yeah, let's just take a look around, maybe
There you go.
look a little bit to the left, maybe.
I'm not Professor Rock.
So yeah, the iceberg's still hanging out in our path, so we're gonna spend a few more minutes just in this area exploring before we can head back up slope. Let's see what that is. I think that's a yellow coral.
Yeah,
Can we
I
stop
think I'll
and zoom
start
and do a
moving
collection?
straight, and then we should get a bit more clear.
Yeah. Yes, I see it.
Got it.
Mhm.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Thank you, though. Yep. There we go. Beautiful yellow corals right here. So we'll just stop, get a nice look at them, and do a collection on one of them.
Collection, Roger.
Mhm.
We'll get ourselves a parking spot.
Perfect. All right. So sometimes when you have to go back downhill, you find something interesting.
Collecting.
Yes, the sediment has been very fine at a lot of the stations we've been at. It's very easy to disturb, and we have to wait a lot of time for the cloud of sediment to clear. It's been a pretty persistent problem we've been having on this expedition. Yeah, before we do the collection, once you get settled in there, we'll take a zoom at both the corals. And so there's one here, and then I think it's one. And then that's definitely a coral. Thank you.
Before the cloud of doom comes
Yeah,
by.
pretty much. It's like a hydrozoan next to it. And looks like a deteriorating piece of a sponge. There we go, they're starting to come in now. Pretty dense, the polyps on this one. Nice coverage. Yeah, it's a little too silty to pan down, I think, at the other one. Gives the cloud a moment to dissipate. So, yeah, let's, can we go ahead and try to zoom in on that? Let me see if it is even a coral. I think it is.
So the update from my intermission is that I could not spot the penguin on the iceberg. So we can't be missing out that much. It must be very small.
No, it might just be it might be a shadow.
I think they lied to us.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and collect that coral over there, because I think that might be an illusion of sediment.
You want a snippet or you want the whole thing?
No, just a snippet. We're aiming for the snippets.
Okay.
We can go to Coral Quiver, your choice.
Captain Andy's going to use some coral tweezers for a very important coral surgery.
We're gonna look our way back.
All right, sounds
Part is
good.
the easiest.
Yeah, you know, that's nice, especially since I printed all these labels, and we almost never get to Coral Quiver, like the back ones. I get to tons of CQ7s and CQ8s and CQ6s left on my sticker pad.
So please, you okay.
Yes, I love you taking the challenge, Andy. Yeah, in fact, they use some of my bonus extra stickers, like the larger stickers, for Sasha's birthday. Like, I don't know what they made him for his birthday surprise today.
We had a very
Now
fun
the
time.
bridge, I think we're ready to slowly move
I
again.
saw
once
part of
we've
the
done
prep on it,
sampling.
but I didn't see the final product. I was busy processing corals still.
Yeah, that's no problem. Any bonus time helps. And then, of course, in the future, there's more ice incoming.
Yes, Aaron, I'll show you some photos later. It's very funny. Basically, we wrapped up Sasha's belongings in loads of lab junk. And then there was only one present among all that junk that was... Actually, no, there was two. There was one from the crew as well, which is very nice. 3D printed him like a little penguin.
Ah, that's
the
who
crew
that
did.
penguin was for the other day.
No, there was two. One was for Carlos, I believe.
Mm.
That was
Nice.
Carlos's birthday as well.
Yeah.
Particular stocking out there?
No, that one's good there. Any of them is fine.
Surgery time.
Yeah, we had double birthday yesterday. Carlos, who's here in the room with us, had his birthday as well.
Birthday.
So happy birthday. It must be interesting working your shift, Carlos, because you ended yesterday with your birthday, and then you started today with your birthday. It's like having two birthdays.
Double. Double celebration.
That's nice. Have you spent a lot of birthdays on ships? Yeah.
Most of it.
Yeah, most of it. Oh yeah, that's really nice, actually. You can see the nice like crown of the sclerites poking out. So those little skeletal elements, that is a feature of this group of corals, the canthocorigids. Oh, it's okay. The focus on this camera is not very cooperative. But yeah, that's a really nice view to see.
What's the species?
It's in the genus Acanthogorgia, but I don't know which species within that. But yeah, one of the diagnostic things to look for Acanthogorgia is they have kind of these long, like the polyps are on these long calyces that come out, so the polyps are at the end, and that's one of the diagnostic characters. And they also have this like crown of spiky skeletal elements sticking out around their polyps.
Which coral box is that going into?
It's going to go into 7.
Excellent.
Siempre estuvo de ese lado y al otro lado estaba la de las rocas, como están los saquitos. En la otra vez quizás será en el otro.
I've vlogged the coral as your dreams, Erin.
As long as it also says coral there, so when I'm still sleep deprived in 12 hours, I can enter it in the sample sheet. It's all good.
It does. It says coral, then it says Erin's dreams.
They are synonyms.
I think Sophia has been deleting some of my supplementary comments from the log sheets.
Oh.
I know. I've been putting emojis. I thought they were quite good. You like them? I put some cucumbers in there for Teresa's specimens. Let's see if they appear in our sampling spreadsheet. The original raw data file, not the modified version. Perfect.
There we go.
Okay.
Nice.
Captain Andy and Skipper Professor Jess are really making Erin's dreams come true.
Alright, so Gorgia UTC 600 at 752 meters. Looks like we're still having a little bit of swapping of the lid numbers. The lid numbers are swapped on some of the, on 3 and 4. Awesome, thank you, Andy. That's amazing. Yeah. Hardest coral quiver to put something in. It's kind of like scratching like your upper rib cage or your armpit with trying to put something in the pocket there.
Was there another one here?
No,
Was it a rock
I think that
I think it was like a shadow. I don't know, like here, like that's what I thought it was, but I think it's just I think it might be just a shadow or something. Yeah, it's just a shadow. Yeah. Yep, it was just a shadow. It just looked.
Oh no, there is a coral.
There is something. Oh yay! Okay. Yeah, let's.
Nice spotting.
Yeah,
Tried
let's
so
go ahead
hard
and.
to hide away from you, Erin, but
I know. I
you're
saw it at
persistent.
first. I saw it at first, and then I thought it was a sediment shadow. I was almost convinced it wasn't. My eyes weren't right the first time. Yeah, we're not going to get a good shot on it now, but maybe we can get a better glamour shot on it. So let's go ahead and do a collection on this one too. And coral quiver of your choice.
Roger.
So I'm thinking this is probably in the same genus, but it's quite a different color, and its profile is a little bit different, so I suspect its branching pattern is different. It's probably a different species.
I have to wait till the next waypoint for the rock. Professor Rock is going to fall asleep at this point.
Yeah, this is, I thought sometimes on some of the other expeditions it took a while for the sediment cloud to clear, but this one has been a doozy, that's for sure. Yeah. I was watching them take push cores the other day in a sediment cloud. I was like, wow. You guys are good to know how full that sediment core is. Ooh, it's on a rock.
Coral surgery.
Maybe? Very good. Nice. Nice.
Some very precise coral surgery.
Yeah. So yeah, this is another acanthic gorget. You can't tell because the polyps haven't all retracted back in. They're still on those long kind of stalk-like calyces. And as it focuses in, we should see a little bit of those spikes right around the top. Yeah, nice. That's good lighting. There's also a polychaete in there. Yeah. So you kind of see the little sparkly appearance it has in the wider area leading up to the polyps, which are yellow. Those are some of the skeletal elements that we see called sclerites.
This one looks kind of a bit similar to the one we collected earlier, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah,
it
you
might be
can
very
see
different.
Up on these upper ones in particular, you can see that like crown of spikes coming out around it. That's characteristic of the feature. Like any of them you won't be able to see it on, but yeah, right in there. You can kind of see, kind of looks like small little sand grains or something. Yeah, the skeletal elements. Awesome, thank you. I think we have enough different.
But I mean,
glamour
Erin, the
shots
one
there.
we collected on the previous shift,
Yeah.
I think this might be. But that one, like some of the, instead of orange, some of the tips were like really quite bright purple.
Yeah, I definitely want to go back and check out that part of the video to see, because we collected one on the last dive that was kind of covered in purple as well, but we thought it was Stolonifera.
Foraminifera?
Yeah, another type of coral that will overgrow corals and rocks. So it was like parasitic on
I have
the other
not
coral.
seen purple foraminifera.
Not foraminifera, Stolonifera.
Oh.
Yeah. Geology on the brain.
Well, you wait till Professor Cockroach comes for the next shift. This is the conversation we had with Pedro's, you know, what are the things called?
Yeah.
Coccopods.
Yeah.
That was the Coral Quiver 8, right?
Yes, Coral Quiver 8.
It's good. This is a Stolonifera.
Okay.
on of the other
Very
one.
Alright, awesome. Alright, so I think we're ready to move back up towards waypoint 9 once everything's stored away and we're ready to go. Thank you very much.
Anything else you want to see before we take off?
No, I don't think so. I think we're good. I know, like, sediment's cleared now, but yeah, I suppose we could do a quick zoom down on what's left of the coral. Oh no, it's a branchiopod. See? That. So, sediment. Okay, yep, nope, we're good. Thank you.
3, 2, 1. Ready for takeoff, skipper?
Blast off.
Blast off, and then we'll go into a cloud.
No, we're gonna fly out.
A fly like that. Emerge. Alright, so we're all good to keep going to waypoint 9 then?
Yes. Good to start heading that way and we can go back to moving at a more normal, I don't know, like 0.2 to 0.3 pace. As we're transecting up. Alright, we're back on the way. I think the iceberg has now cleared our path. We've done some collections. A little bit for geology, a little bit for biology. We had a little suction sample collection there where we got a lot of bonus samples. Extra shrimp, extra sea cucumber. There's a scallop on the rock. It's not where you usually find them. A few of them actually.
That's true. I think she was happy she got all the things she wanted in the ship so she can go to sleep.
Teresa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've all been working really hard recently, so all of us are starting to really feel tired. There's kind of, is it 2 weeks of science now, Erin? How what have we had of science?
Something
I've lost
like
count
that.
of
We
days
have.
of time.
Yeah. Let's see. Something like 9 days of transit to our first station. And we have, I don't know how many days left.
I don't know.
13. We have
So all the
17.
days kind of blend into
26.
one, right? Just sleep the minimal amount, get the lab experiments underway. It's very.
It's a nice crinoid. Yeah, yeah. We have like I think we have about 9 or 10 days of science left, and I think we've done 9 or 10 days, so we're about halfway through. But yeah, we've been doing a little more intensive, I think, amount of work in the last couple of days. So yeah, I think everyone's getting a little light on sleep. Oh, that's a nice big sponge coming. Oh, that's a huge isopod.
Grasshopper. Time for collection.
I think we need to, yeah, we should probably stop and collect this. I have no clue if it's one she knows, but it's accessible with suction sampling.
There was one we collected earlier somewhere in there.
You collect the isopods.
You think probably
Yes.
we'll want to.
SS1.
Probably want to start this.
Oh, there was loads
Yeah,
of
we'll
things, right,
slurp
in
it,
that
and
SS1.
I think we'll go with like we can do 5 or 3, whichever is easier to get over to. I guess we're on 6, so 5.
Yeah, 6 and 5 are the same.
Okay.
As far as mesh size.
Oh, are they? I
Yep.
have.
4 and 3 are small, or slightly smaller, and 1 and 2 are the smallest.
Okay. It's not updated on our little diagram then.
Should be.
Okay.
No, this one's. Say 540, whatever.
Yeah, 540 and 1 and 2, and then I
Yeah.
have 860 and 3 through 5.
Yep. Should be 3 through 4. That should be
Okay, and then 5 and 6 have another mesh size.
5 through 8 are your standard.
Oh, 5 through 8 are standard. Okay, it might just be the way it's drawn on there. Okay, thanks.
If it's all cool with you guys, we'll get the slurp out, and then
Yeah.
we'll freeze, and then take some video while it settles.
Yeah, sounds perfect. Thank you.
And sorry, we're doing 6, you said?
Yeah, let's just go to do 6 then. That's fine. think it's a big enough isopod that we don't have to worry about it escaping through the mesh. With the standard top. Yeah, so among our target organisms for collection are the corals, sea cucumbers, crustaceans or paracarids, so isopods, amphipods, polychaetes, some mollusks.
Section thing number 6?
Yeah. Yep.
They want some close-ups now, the shrews.
It just repositioned itself just in time for a glamour shot.
You got lasers on for this, or?
Yeah, you can leave the lasers on for now. I think there's too much sediment for Alex to.
No,
Or we
that's
can
quite
take
good
it.
actually.
Yeah, we can take it. Once you're zoomed in
That
all the
one
way,
on
they
the right
disappear
is
anyway.
Very
Yeah.
fat grasshopper. It's like a horror film.
Yeah, yeah.
Who are these for? Who
Can
are
we
these
pan
for?
down just a little bit and get this other one in there too?
Patricia.
And that way, if you're able to
She
suction
likes
both of
quite
them.
creepy looking things, doesn't she? Spiders,
Nice.
grasshoppers, things from my nightmares.
Okay. I think we're good to try
Did you
to
see the
suction them.
spider
If we
there?
get both, it's bonus, but we'll aim for the larger one. Okay.
You got the juice. Yeah, full beans.
So this is isopoda.
Yeah, an isopod. We're gonna see if we can get this other thing, which someone sent in chat the other day what this is the other day.
Yeah, it was like embedded stuff of that nature.
A species from Antarctica. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, no, you will.
Ah, here. Fisa.
Oh, nice.
Fisarcturus.
So I like this question.
Fisarcturus antarcturidae.
Erin, I like this question in the chat. They're asking, why does this creature
Right,
these
whistle
isopods?
sponge. Awesome.
Why do they have eyes with perpetual darkness in them?
Thank you. I will answer that in just a moment. Let me just jot this down. Sponge with isopod.
Section 6?
Yeah.
Other
That is it, I believe.
UTC.
You guys want anything else?
Nope, we're good. Thank you.
Still on.
And so we can index to 5 once you're done. Yeah, so we're actually in some cases in many cases at this depth it's not so completely dark. It looks completely dark to us, but with really sensitive eyes, but there's also bioluminescence that occurs. So there's still animals that would use that bioluminescence that's produced by other organisms. And so they still need their eyes to see that low level light that is making it, if they can, if they're adapted to that, or to see the bioluminescence.
Should you want to see anything else here? Or?
No, I think we're good. I don't see any good rocks, so let's yeah, let's go ahead and continue on up to that waypoint in transect mode. Thank you. And like specifically which animals use their eyes for what, I can't tell you for sure, but a number of organisms are bioluminescent in the deep sea, from some corals and sponges and plankton. So your floating organisms that are found in the water column, and if that's their food source, then they might want to see that bioluminescence. So yeah, so we're, I think the iceberg is well clear of us at this point, now that we've done some collections. And like happy redirection back down slope. There's another of those mushroom corals, this time a red one. A crinoid, a nice sponge. And then I think we can wait to get a red one. If we see a red one later, we can grab it. Some more coral. Just the red mushroom coral that we were passing. You're good. Sorry, I'm talking in both directions sometimes. Yeah, there's a nice cup coral. Trance. Yeah, I think this little jog off to our, I guess, east was really nice because we're seeing a lot more, I think, on these rocks than we saw on the ones when we first went upslope. Sea urchin you see down there is probably like a Stereocidaries or a similar genus. Ones with these thicker spines.
Oh, fish.
Yeah, it looks like maybe another eel pout.
Professor Fish, if you're watching, please.
Yeah, I think it's something like what we collected earlier in the day.
Yeah.
I think they're eel pouts. Oh, something.
Professor Fish, would you like this fish?
Yeah, another impact. Do you wanna? Tom?
Professor? He's typing.
He's typing? Okay.
There's a nice scallop there
Yes,
too.
but only if he's there. Ah, yes.
He's saying he does want the fish,
You
please.
guys
Give
want
a
this one? Okay.
captain.
Yeah, we can go ahead and try to suction this one up.
This might be a bit big for the section, but
Do you think?
how about net basket? Roger.
Okay.
Change our view here. Net rams.
So yeah, we can put them in 5.
Maritza, wakey. I think tell us about your research in Espanol. I think our audience, in case there's any Spanish people, maybe need to have some Spanish.
Just a second.
Nice, Andy.
Nice.
Wow.
Well done, Captain.
That was amazing. I was trying to
Bueno, no sé
save-
si hay alguien que hable español aquí viéndonos, pero yo trabajo con plumas de mar. Llevo 2 años, creo, trabajando con plumas. Mi tesis de pregrado la hice con plumas de mar. Realizamos un nuevo registro para Chile. Bueno, 2 nuevos registros para Chile. Lo más seguro es que sean nuevas especies. Y ahora con los cruceros que realizamos los primeros meses del año pasado, encontramos alrededor de 10 nuevas especies. Así que con eso espero seguir.
Awesome, Andy, that was dope.
Nice.
Very official words. I'm gonna
Fine.
get out of the schmooze.
We have the best captain skipper in the room this evening. An excellent job.
We're using very technical language here. Fine.
Where's Skin? 5.
That was a 5.
Yes, that's in 5.
Alright. Sick.
Let's see what our time frame was to get to these waypoints.
I think we were very quick on the previous shift actually, Erin, so
Yeah.
we had time to float about and do some investigators.
Yeah, I think so too. We had almost 2 hours to make it from waypoint 7 to 9. We had basically our whole shift to do 7 to 9. Or well, actually they want us to get from 7 to 10, essentially. So I think we'll make it there pretty quick with our back pedaling. Cool.
Fish do not open. Alright. Now we're gonna
Awesome.
go. This is our waypoint.
Yes, now we're on our way. No, it's been, like I said, I think it was like a little happy redirection because we weren't seeing much along our original track.
Yeah, maybe that's a bonus.
But now that we're coming back up slope, we're seeing a bit more. We're just a little east of our original track coming up, so.
Let's take out this autofocus. Let's go.
But here we're back to seeing some of those crinoids. We're seeing a lot of the crinoids on the way up. Initially. Yeah, it's just raining down material. We just shift a little bit over. Nice cup coral, scallops.
It's probably actually good, isn't it, that there was that iceberg, because where we were going, like, ascending before, there wasn't really that shape on the hill, but now there's those things.
This is said by
Yeah.
a rock biologist, or a rock geologist, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like I always try to tell people, taking an ROV up a seamount or any kind of topography, it's kind of like driving your car at night with just the headlights on, and you turn a corner and you just see things that are completely different. And all you can see is what's directly in the headlights, essentially. So, yeah, you could be missing like this amazing community just because it's just outside the field of view. No worries. So here we're seeing a number of cup corals. Yellow crinoid's going to be coming into view. There it is. There's some hydrozoans, scallops, brachiopods, shrimp. There's always shrimp. You know, something I noticed earlier when we were coming down is we saw a lot of the sediment has a lot of like debris in it, like smaller, like small pieces, but that you can really still see with with the naked eye, instead of having to use a microscope to look at the different pieces that are making up the sediment. So we see a lot of polychaete tubes laying out there and holdfast pieces.
We have a few espresso chocolates left.
I think it tastes very good last time.
A few days ago, yeah.
Everyone liked them.
Oh, there's a sea. I love sea stars.
Yeah.
They just lay on the rock, so like.
Yeah, next time we should
Yeah.
do more. Oh, coral. Is this coral? Yes.
Yeah, there's a yellow coral over there. I think it's probably what we've collected. I love watching a crinoid swim.
Are they animals?
Cri- yeah, crinoids, they're related to sea stars and urchins.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Sea feathers, yeah. And, yeah, and they come in a number of varieties. They can be on a stalk or not. Many like to be on rocks, but some are comfortable in sediment, like the ones we're seeing here.
Yeah, very nice when there's sediment.
They're really pretty.
Looks like a flower.
Tunicate, that gelatinous looking thing. Yeah, it does. I think that's why we're seeing more of the debris pieces. I think there is more of a rain of material coming down.
Handy in the eyes.
What do you spot?
Dumbo.
Nice. Yep, that is a Dumbo.
Oh yeah.
I think octopus are the cats of the ocean, sleeping
Seals are the
all
dogs.
day long.
Wonder what would be the poodle.
We'll get there.
I don't know.
81%. Good as even on this guy.
Very nice view.
It is.
The shrimp is gonna try to eat it.
Always a shrimp, I'm telling ya. Yeah. Like, here I am. Watch me. You don't want to look at this octopus.
Nice, thank you. Cinematic pan.
Alright. And then laser's back on. Awesome, thank you. Amazing. Another encrusting sponge there. We've been seeing more than usual, I feel like we've been seeing sleeping octopus, so I'm not sure if we've only seen a few that have been really active. I think the one was sleepwalking the other day. It was like, it looked like it was sleeping. It was like kind of curling up and had this like trail in the sediment. Yeah. The brittle star over there, that white star. So it has like the central disc and the skinnier arms generally.
This is very interesting for geology in a sense like this actually, because normally on geological cruises we don't really use an ROV or don't have one, so we just kind of do some mapping and then check some cores overboard and get like dot points, whether here you kind of get the geological reconstruction to go together with the map, which I'm not actually sure if I've ever seen people do that, so I think this is very cool footage.
So you don't usually do ground truthing then? Like, there aren't generally geology cruises where you take the map and go, okay, now let's go out and see if that's...
Well, you don't tend to have an ROV normally on a geology cruise, because that's more for biological sampling, right? So you just like do the mapping, the same as we did here, like multi-beam acoustics, that's the seismic data, and then you just chuck some coring devices, like different ones. C2D is often done, like often they're combined with oceanography things, so like gliders, that kind of thing as well, but yeah, no, you don't normally get to just do long dives.
That's interesting, yeah. Hopefully it'll make stuff for really interesting papers after.
I think so, because especially like if you compare us ascending and then that just map on the right hand side, you know, of how this actually looks underwater. It's very cool.
Yeah, and this one's nice because we're covering like two different parts of the same feature, so.
When we get to the top, can we get a rock like once we're finished with the ascent?
We're just about at the top actually.
Yeah.
Of this little flow.
Oh no, just like at the top of this whole hill thing.
Oh, Roger.
Yeah, so looks like it's when we get to the next waypoint. So yeah, keep your eyes open, let me know. There's a nice sponge coming up.
That was great.
This big sponge. Man, I'm already getting hungry. I think like one thing with this shift, I'm like hungry all the time.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm like awake for so many hours.
This is why Erin and I go for 3 dinners in one night normally.
Yeah.
I have dinner for breakfast, dinner for lunch, and dinner for dinner. And then sometimes I have breakfast and then I go to bed.
Alright, amazing. You can go ahead and pop the lasers off if you want to get some glamour shots now that we have.
Yeah, we do.
Awesome.
There's some nice creepy crawlers for Patricia.
Ooh. Got a nice color. It's kind of like a rose gold type color.
Yeah. Is that a crow?
We just looked up what it was. Well, Anna just looked up what it was. Someone posted it. What's this crustacean called?
Fisa. Oh, the name was.
It's like starts with an F, I think. Or PH.
Wait, here. Fisarcturus.
Yeah. Fisarcturus. So FISSARCTUSUS. Or Arcturus, maybe instead of Artusis. Sorry, I might have spelled that wrong. What now?
This one? Because this is a beaver. What is that? This one you want?
Yes.
They want that one.
Yeah, we can. Actually, they want to look at that right there.
You want it?
Yeah. That's kind of looking like a pistachio.
Can see.
Or you want to
Just trying to-
visit it?
Trying to figure out if it's a mollusk or if it's a.
That's as far as we get.
Yeah.
This one.
It's 1 and 2.
You want it?
Yeah. You think it's a bivalve?
Christian? Yeah, because it's a mollusk. So we can-
Yeah.
This is when you know everyone's tired. There's not even been any requests sent in the group chat wish list.
Yeah.
No one's
I
watching it. They're all
know.
asleep.
Everyone else is asleep because everyone's exhausted. Yeah, I think I'm leaving it up to whoever's on shift afterwards and trusting that they'll choose some corals because I think we all
Professor
just went to
Cockroach.
sleep. But yeah, let's go ahead and suction that up.
That was Pedro, by the way. I'm sure he's going to love this new name.
I guess. Oh, I hate filling up the suction so early in the day, but
Can you put back 6 with the other guys? That had your.
Isopod. 6 isopod.
Wait, what are we
Yeah.
sampling?
sponge with the that was the one with the sponge and the
Maybe put it in
isopod.
with the
Yeah, we can put it in
gastropod.
6. Yeah.
With the gastropod.
A brachiopods.
Yeah.
There's a coral there.
Maybe I think it's better with this one.
Just don't stop.
Yeah.
Go on your game speed here.
In the 6.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 6 isopod is fine.
Alright, whenever your position is.
TC 638, I'm gonna say 607 meters. Yeah, so we think we have a bivalve back there that we're gonna collect. Mollusks, sorry. Trying not to do that. Yeah, we're gonna collect a bivalve. Mollusks are on our priority list. You know what I haven't seen that we were seeing a lot was the giant polychaetes.
Yeah, I don't think there's been. Or remember those tube worms that were sticking out the sediment on the previous dives? There's not been much. It's been quite smooth, right here.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some tube anemones, but nowhere near the abundance. And I think it's maybe a different species because these had like clear tentacles instead of the other ones had. I think they were kind of a reddish or purplish color.
So these sponges, are they soft then with these sponge spicules? Like is the tissue quite sort of jelly-like?
It's not jelly-like at all. It's like, I think it's more like that insulation, like that pink insulation stuff.
That's quite unusual.
Yeah.
Has anyone tried to use sponges as the house insulation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Biomaterials, I think maybe that'd be quite good. They seem to grow quite large.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like glass-like, right? It's like, so I don't think it would be, I don't think it would be great insulation, but I don't know. Not my area. Engineer. Materials person.
Well, technically we do have Professor Skipper Jess in the room.
Oh, yeah, there we go. I forgot. Yeah, I maybe it's a question for Jess.
Oh, look, Tom said that a new type of passive filter has been designed on glass sponges. Yeah, but
based on the
So different filters. Yeah, we use there's a lot of glass filters for filtering. Apparently a new one has been designed, so.
Which section is this going into?
Six. If we can get it.
And what was it?
It's a bivalve, but I don't think. Yeah, I think it's still there. Yeah.
Any lobsters? Other mollusks?
Yes.
Who is it for? For Christian.
Yeah, I think there's some really cool scans you can get for people who, a lot of people work with material science using scanning a lot, electron microscopes and other technology. It's pretty cool.
But they're scanning using SEM to scan the sponge?
I mean, I guess someone could. I don't know if anyone has. I imagine so, but just people, a lot of material science researchers will use scanning electron microscopes and other microscopy to scan the materials and to replicate materials so they can look at the structure to it.
Professor Thomas sent me some articles to read. Let me just quickly have a little look into these.
All right.
Sorts of oil capture matrices.
Yeah.
Are you looking as well, Anna, at the articles?
The second article is saying.
I'm checking out the first one, so let's report
The
back.
second is the sea sponges part and mechanical properties of particular life.
Like the never-ending sediment cloud.
Tom has actually taken over in about 20 minutes, so maybe he can tell you all about the sponge and the oil filters made based on the design of the sponge.
Be ready, Professor Tom.
Yes, get your questions ready for Professor Tom. What are we doing now?
We're trying to get that bivalve. It's just the sediment.
Yes,
Like sediment cloud. When you want a current to clear out, it doesn't happen.
It's just getting clear behind us, so it should be clear.
So you're always so smart for these shifts.
I mean, right after 4 cruises, she knows how to survive during the night shift. And after the day shift.
All my shift is in the night.
All your
They
shift?
all cruise.
Oh. Okay. So like me, the screws. Yes, please. So for the audience out there, it's got to that point in the night where we're eating chocolate. Huh? So we're having a white chocolate Kit Kat to get some energy. And I'm dreaming about these espresso shots.
Go for RV.
Hey, in about 30 minutes or so we make contact with another bigger iceberg sort of thing, and we'll have to move either north or south, doesn't matter which way at the moment.
Okay.
Alright.
RV copies.
So we don't end up in the same spot. Maybe.
Abandon ship, quick.
Yeah. Maybe we're gonna have to call it and go ahead and start heading up to our transect point.
The captain is persistent. So yes, there probably is some current flow over these sediments, as someone's suggesting in the chat.
Right there.
Generally, what tends to happen, so this area would have been covered by ice shelf only about a week ago. And what happens is you have this warmer sort of circumpolar deep water coming in. So this is this deep water that forms around Antarctica. And then flows northwards into the different basins in different oceans. Now this water comes in along the bottom topography normally through the deep troughs and inflow channels. Later.
Yeah.
Okay, we think we got it.
Yeah.
So this water comes in through these deep troughs following the bathymetry.
Yeah.
Eventually it kind of circulates around
Thank
where
you.
the ice shelf hangs off the side of the near the grounding line. So this is where the ice shelf is attached to the bedrock underneath. And then winter water comes off the Antarctic shelf, the ice shelves, or meltwater essentially.
We can index
So
back
you have
to
this
4.
kind of circular circulation going, and you could also have smaller currents and especially turbulence circulating around. So we've already seen some evidence of turbulence and stronger flows from some of the preliminary analysis that we've been doing. We also have 2 oceanographers on board. We've been really lucky to be able to deploy a glider in this area, which we'll be picking up in a few days. So a glider is an autonomous underwater vehicle that's pre-programmed, but sometimes piloted off the land, remotely.
Awesome, thank you.
You guys are going to want to go north.
Yeah,
Anyway,
let's
so
go
when this
north
glider
up
is
to
in
that
a few days,
waypoint,
we should be
and
able to
then
learn
we'll be able to go
some more
northwest
about
from
this
there to
really high
waypoint 10.
resolution
So
circulation data that we experience in this area.
yeah, I think go. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Skipper, fire the engine.
All right, so we have another iceberg we're watching out for. So we're gonna head back up to this next waypoint. I think we did a number of collections here, so it was a successful detour. Just gonna go transect mode, but at the click we need to get up there.
How many meters do we have to go, do you know?
You know, they're not putting on here the distance. They say roughly each waypoint is, I guess it's up to 250 meters between waypoints, but waypoint 9 and 10 are really close to each other, so.
I meant the sort of elevation to go.
The elevation, so we're at 683, we only have about 30 meters left.
Oh, so then, well, that would be the approximate distance, I guess.
Yeah, and then we'll start going deeper from there. Some nice yellow corals over there. We're good, just commenting too. But yeah, we're gonna reach around 650 meters, and we're gonna hit a level area for a bit, fairly level, and then we're gonna go down slope. Yeah, look, there's a sea star hanging out on the cliff edge. Some nice corals. Yeah, perfect.
Very
all right.
nice geological features.
Yeah. Covered by some very nice fauna.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yep, that's true.
Competition of rock versus a sponge.
Phil, you want to try to go to the north? We'll just tag along behind you.
Yeah, let's do it.
So yeah, I think we're hitting slightly more level parts, about 20 meters or so. Excuse me. So until we hit the local summit. You see bits of shells and the sediment. Looks like also maybe small bits of rocks.
So we were discussing earlier, Erin, that can you see the sediment kind of looks a bit browny yellow?
Mhm.
And then we were trying to sample like your coral that we got you and something else for. But if you go into the sediment, it's really fluffy on top, so we were wondering whether maybe some of this orangey stuff that we're seeing is actually like quite thick organic matter layer, which we did not see in the sediments we collected from the previous dives. So I'm quite looking forward to getting the push course, having a sort of play around with the mud tomorrow.
Yeah, it
I'll
could
let
be. I
you
mean, we
say.
had that one. Didn't we have the one station that had tons of productivity
We
and
did,
it had
it was really smelly.
yeah. And it was like super green on top, and was it not fluffy on top? It looked kind of fluffy.
It was also, yeah, but here you can almost see, I reckon, there's like more
Yeah.
orangey kind of patches.
I wonder if that was that might have been a black coral we passed there. Not sure. It's fine. I know we have to get ahead of the iceberg, so. Sorry, I lost my train of thoughts, but yeah.
No, I was just pointing out that it will be interesting when we do get the push course tomorrow, or rather later today, to see, look at this organic matter a bit closer in detail, or like the top of the sediment at least.
Yeah, I know when I, like my first deep sea expedition, I used to work with meiofauna myself, harpacticoids, and we cored at 8 different stations off the west coast of the United States at 27 and 3,700 meters depth, and I could tell you which station I was processing like 6 of the 8 I could tell apart just by what the sediment was like as I was sorting. So one looked kind of like a cafe latte with little coffee grains, like someone didn't get all the coffee grains.
Description book of my sediment colour.
Yeah.
Next time there's a gravity core on deck, you'll have to come
Yeah, it's a
help
coral
out.
too. Yeah, and like, yeah, it was like the one with the like cotton and coffee ground looking thing. It ended up being a lot of squid beaks, like really small squid beaks. And yeah, like one was a greener station, some were really dark, like dark chocolate in color. So yeah.
I can tell you're getting hungry. Dreaming of that latte chocolate.
I've always referred to them as like those. I think I'm just always hungry.
Professor Tom, we have a fish on the horizon.
This looks like a sealer
Coelho ring.
Yeah, coelorink or sealer. Yeah. We can keep going so we don't have to get obstructed by the iceberg.
Professor Tom and Professor Cockroach are coming in 5 minutes to so they can collect the fish.
Yeah, they can get their fish.
And
later.
cockroaches.
Yeah.
Yes, underwater deep sea cockroaches.
Oh, there's a nice coral coming up. Yeah, big yellow colony. Nice cup coral.
That worm track looks like a...
So we're at the top now, right?
The spiral.
Erin, are we at the top?
Yeah, we are. We're shallower than it's
estimated. Can you get me like a small rock from here? Because we got a couple on the transects up.
Yeah. What about these, maybe?
Yeah, that guy looks good. Can we see what size it is?
Yeah, I think there's one with a coral on it, so we can see if we can. Ooh, look at that. Turn. Change a little angle, and there, coral. See what I mean?
Yes, then Erin can have the coral, and I can get the
Yeah, as long as we have time to do the stop here, I think we can grab.
flying ground here.
Okay.
Captain has got very speedy now.
If it's not cemented in.
Yeah, it's that big too.
Yeah.
And we put it in the rock
Oh,
box.
yeah. Yep. Rock.
See what I mean about the
with-
sediment? We had one rock that actually drowned in this like fluffy kind of stuff when we tried to sample it earlier. Yeah. So the rock is hidden.
ROV bridge, I'll keep moving northeast, give you some space, but I still need to keep going to get out of the path of that iceberg.
We copies.
I might have to just go, guys.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry, I'm tapping my toe. Yeah.
Going to go eat my third dinner after this shift.
There we go. It's clearing up.
So this is like and then once I get this up, I'm gonna still know.
Yep.
Breakfast.
And then we'll chew the zooms and stuff after we settle out.
Sounds good.
So, just to let you know, Pedro has now been nicknamed Professor Cockroach for the last 4 hours. And you were master of cockroaches. I think this is the sediment. You see, it's like really soft. It kind of like sucks things up into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to sample.
You over there, closer? You might be too big for the jaws, guys.
Okay. All right. Well, onward we go then.
Ready up. Boogie.
That's Tom. Captain Claude is back as well. And we have Captain Sunny. Oh, Professor Cockroach. And voila.
All right. So next shift is coming in. So it's for our ROV pilots and for the science party. So we're just gonna give our replacements a update here. But shortly Tom will be with you. Thanks for joining us for the last couple hours.
Like I want the smallish, so like 10 centimeters or something max. Like this area.
If we're clear to head west, we can run parallel to that.
Start running away yourself.
We should be able to
Okay, you guys ahead.
He's good, don't bother going to
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there's some like different stuff. So yeah, just get the zoom in a bit.
I see it's gonna zigzag anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just okay. Sounds good.
Okay, this is for,
Okay.
Back later. My third.
Which seems you like?
We're running from an iceberg right now, so I think we're gonna miss waypoint 10 and go straight to 11. So we're not even on the bottom right now. We just need to get out of the way. And then, yeah, weren't able to get an escape bottle where there were corals. So this place you see corals, and we probably, we had some. We were gonna get it, but then we had to go. So it didn't happen. This, we have a whole rock collection here. Most of these are now full. Your eel pouts, like most of this is stuff that can escape, so they're indexed before. So, yeah.
What do you mean next for?
It's just sitting on 4 right now.
Oh,
Like,
right, so
nothing's
they're
in it.
on their way back out.
Yeah.
So these are still usable? 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, 2, 3, 4, sorry.
Yeah, 2, 3, and 4 are all available, but everything in here has swimmers, basically. So, we did double stack that one though. But yeah, so that's it.
Cool. Anything much left on the wish list? I had a rock from the top and this skin from rocky habitat.
Yeah, a rock from the top, except we're heading to 11, so it's not maybe the top, but I think we go back up after 11. I think it goes maybe from 11 to 12 up. Yeah. And yeah, if you see more corals, we've gotten a few acanthic gorges, just if you think it's representative, we've got kind of a yellow column. Alright, I think don't think we're gonna
Might be ink.
Yeah, other than that, everything else has been pretty good, solid.
type of?
Hello everyone on the stream. We've just had our handover, so we'll say hello again. How you all doing? I'm Tom Linley. I am a fish person from the National Museum of New Zealand Te Papa Tongarewa, and yep, and with me in the room is Pedro Martinez.
Hello, I'm Pedro Martinez. I'm a Spanish marine biology working in Germany in the Senckenberg Institute in northern Germany. I'm happy to be here to make some comments about what we are finding in the deep sea.
We're currently dodging an iceberg. This is a bit of a multi-layered operation right now because we've got the vessel above us that's having to dodge icebergs. So every now and then we get the heads up that we just have to play catch up. So we teleported over a few of our waypoints, and I think we're out the other side and we're just dropping down now to resume our transect.
There is a lot of marine snow. The visibility is not so good today. This means that also a lot of energy, a lot of food is coming from the surface of the water, being transported to the deep sea. And this is the fundament for maintaining the life here. In a more technical way, we call this particulate organic carbon flux. Marine snow.
Bridge ROV.
Do you think these are drop stones here? That's huge.
It's huge.
It doesn't look connected to the
Are you guys
to
clear
the bed
to
though.
move towards waypoint 12?
Well, iceberg can't really transport huge stones, huge rocks.
Okay, we can stop
Maybe.
now.
The shelf might have pushed it.
Yeah.
Roger.
Does look separate. We've just come off the apex and we're heading down into a bit of a channel along the top of this ridge. I think on the stream you can see our map right now. About 24 hours ago, well, a bit longer than that, this was a completely unmapped area, not even satellite-derived bathymetry. And this map was acquired by the vessel and then processed incredibly quickly. It's amazing how quickly we're turning around the maps, and allowing us to plan our dives within just a couple of hours. So it looks like this gully on this apex has collected sediment, and it's sediment filled rather than the rocky surroundings.
Oh, there's a small fish in the water.
It is. He's a bit quick.
And we see also a lot of greenish material deposited on the sediment. And we can clearly recognize the traces left by the benthic organisms. Probably sea urchins. We have seen a lot of sea urchins. They are grazers, so they are feeding on this fresh deposited phytoplankton material.
Seems to be plenty of input into this area. Loads of material in the water, lots of stuff on the surface of the sediment. I thought we'd see more critters.
Yeah. Small jellyfish with me.
We successfully moved for the vessel.
Yeah.
Are we back on track? Could we angle the camera and lasers down, and we'll carry on transecting? Yeah. Or is it? Sorry, it's the downward slope,
Yeah,
isn't it? There's no winning. No worries.
It's always more easy to fly with the ROV going up the hill than downwards. But the topology here is quite irregular, so we cannot always have this. At the moment we're in a little depression, but then we will continue climbing up.
There's a gelatinous shape hanging in the water back there. I wasn't quite sure what that was. Didn't look like an animal, it looked like something left over. And we're heading towards our next waypoint, waypoint 12, on a little bit of a downhill slope. Because of the way the vehicle's set up and orientated, it's tricky to get the downhill sort of fully in shot. So we'll just make, unless we see anything particularly amazing, we'll just make good headway. Oh,
Here we see some sea pigs.
That's the nice comb jelly. Oh, looking lovely.
1004, yes.
Yeah. Dunk.
See these colors on the surface? This is not light emitted by the 1004, by this jelly, but it is the reflection of the light that we are using to illuminate it. And this is kind of iridescent, so we get light reflected in different wavelengths, and so we have the impression that it is kind of emitting different colors of light.
Something looming out the darkness.
Oh, here we have very big umbellula corals.
Really long.
Or, yeah, they are very long ones. And also a big sponge. Ah, that's amazing. That's nice. There's a dropstone. We see a lot of jellyfish.
A few scallops on the ground. That's obviously a good spot to filter feed. There was a little community there.
Yes.
A bit denser than the other spots. I see some sponges and drop stones looming out the darkness.
Some crinoids also.
Now it looks like we'll continue along this depression, which is obviously filled with sediment, and then we're going to come to a rise in a little while, and that may be bare rock. We'll climb back up again.
Okay. What is this? This is also a a sponge, a little bit darker, and some big sponges. We see a sea star. Pigs, Amperima, scallops. Let's see if we find a fast scallop. We have the other day, 2 dives ago, I think it was. There was a very, very fast something moving on the surface of the bottom, but really very fast, leaving a...
Oh, nice fish.
Make a photograph?
Yeah, can we have a little look at it? I'll see if we can get an idea. If it's not too late to stop. Or if it is. Don't worry about it. You move on if you want. I'll tease it out of the video.
Which kind of fish do you think it was?
I only got a glimpse. I couldn't make out if they were large pelvic fins. Or if it was just a bit of a trick of the light. That grey and silver banding seems to be pretty common around here.
Well, there is a question in the chat saying that, asking if there is any known species here, because this is an area that has never been sampled before. From the, here we see a little white, probably an emertini or a flatworm, probably an emertini. The best studied area in the Antarctica is the Weddell Sea. And there are several thousands, hundreds, probably thousands of species described from there. And many of the species have a circum-Antarctic distribution, we assume, because have been also found in different other places in the Antarctica. Many of the species that we see here, the big ones we are talking about, the big sponges, the big sea stars, they have been described from other places. At least what the body shape and the colors that we can recognize on the photographs, they look very similar. Of course, we will need to take a sample to collect some of the organisms and to take a very close look, because some of the characters separating species we cannot recognize on photographs. So
I think we might have an octopus here and a monster sponge.
Oh, maybe we'll make a photo of this octopus. We can just make a little stop and take a quick look. During this dive, during this expedition, we are not collecting everything that we see, but we are focusing on some groups. For instance, we are not collecting octopus. We let them.
We like a look, though.
We like to look them, to photograph them. And near the octopus there are 2 anemones. Nice, nice one. It's a little bit out of focus. There is a lot of organic material at the bottom.
Yeah.
Here you see now that this. Here we go. Yes.
Doesn't take much to stir it up.
Sleeping or resting.
Yeah. Should we let it sleep?
Yeah.
has no idea it's famous online. We'll creep away without waking it.
Okay. Let's move.
To the Santa thing.
Oh, it's a huge. What is that? This hole? Maybe we take a look at it. What happened there?
Has a drop stone landed with a lot of force? And the others are sitting on the surface.
Can we take a look at this hole? Interesting.
I don't think it's the fault of that urchin. I think that just fell in.
Yeah.
Where's your RV updated waypoint? Updated waypoint.
There's arrow worms in the water moving now. We know them from other places, but here they're very, very big.
There was a beautiful shot. Was it the beginning of this dive? Were they all in an overhang or something? I only saw a picture. Once I woke up, it looked like a whole shoal of them, iridescent blue.
I think it was last dive.
Was it? They're all. Yes, it was last dive. They're all running together.
We have some fallen sponges here.
They're not really anchored at all. They just seem to have spicules that are holding onto the sediment underneath. Makes them a bit like a weeble wobble. They're ballasted at the bottom and they rock themselves back up again. Coming downhill again, which makes the terrain sort of disappear away from us. It's a little bit harder to get in shot. Folks may have noticed there's a couple of green pixels in the middle of the screen. That's our laser scale. So it is 10 centimeters between those two dots. It will give you a feel for how big these critters are, and when we come to process these transects, that'll allow us to back calculate animal density and biomass and make our qualitative science quantitative, so we've got some real numbers we can play with.
A lot of very big sponges here. Sponges are filter feeders, so they need to collect the particles from the water. Most of the big organisms that we find here, they are filter feeders, also the crinoids and the big brittle stars and the corals. Or they are deposit feeders, so like the sea pigs, the sea urchins, so they are feeding on what is lying on the bottom of the seafloor. The sponges, these ones, they have very small roots. Some sponges, they have, these are glass sponges, so this means that they have filaments made of silicium, of glass, silicate. Some of them, they have very long ones that anchor themselves into the sediment, but these ones, they have very small roots. And we have seen a lot of them falling down. Apparently, they can slowly move and get up again. There have been some photographs on iceberg cores that have, there's a little octopus
Another
again,
octopus, yeah.
that have moved some sponges, and then have been some footage several years later, and the sponges were all of them up again. So the only explanation is that they can really move very slowly and put them back again in the right position. Here now we have some other type of sea urchins with very long spines. These belong to the family Sidaridae. Well, all scientists sitting in the room now are biologists, and then you can specialize in the field of marine biology or aquatic biology. But also, this is a multidisciplinary cruise, and we have some geologists that also specialize in marine geology, oceanographers that are studying the water column and all the processes, the currents, the water circulation, physical oceanography. We have geochemistry people studying the sediments, and also the chemistry in the water, the chemistry in the sediments. Very nice sponges.
While we're up on this ridge, we're on the lookout for a nice palm-sized rock. Oh, there's another nice hill pout there, looking a bit like a pachycara.
And also huge crinoids also at the bottom. You think we should try to collect some stone here?
Yeah, I'm sort of looking out for it. I'm
Oh,
a
look
bit
at
late
it.
once I
Look
spot
at that
one.
very huge Nemertini. This long worm at the bottom. Yeah, sometimes a meter long.
Never find a rock when you need one. And good palm-sized rock. I'm not asking a lot. Spiky. Rain's dropping away from us a little bit now.
We
Where
are
are the updated waypoint?
We are at 73 south.
RV brakes updated waypoint.
73 19 south and 72.65 west. This is the Bellinghausen Sea.
There is an online app where you can track the vessel. I'm sure you can find it on the Schmidt Ocean Institute website. Quite a cool little graphic.
So we are to the western part of the Antarctic Peninsula. This is an area of the Antarctica that has been less explored. There are other parts that are even less explored. Jelly moving.
Little fish, an anthenoid. It's tricky on a drop off. Seabed keeps falling away from us. The vehicle's surprisingly long. It's a bit of a minivan, so we don't want to make contact with the back of the vehicle.
And more of these nemertini, these worms at the bottom, the white ones. We find them now here. There is a big of these worms here to the left. Maybe we can stop to take a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these ones below us now?
Yeah.
I think we're going to have a bow wave catch us up.
Let's see. Let's try.
Nice. Is that a trio of fist-sized rocks?
Oh. So we are taking every 10 seconds we are taking the picture.
Do you reckon they look nicely palmable?
We'll try.
And we can analyze the pictures then later on.
I think I found my rock. Oh look, there's 3 to choose from. Oh well, I think they're going to want the middle one with the brachiopods on it.
Oh, you have see also the scallop moving here.
Where's your RV? You can come to the whole stuff, please. We're going to take some samples here.
Got me that. I'm just moving around a bit of ice, but yeah, I'll be stopped in 10 meters or so.
Okay, thank you.
Let the dust settle. The current's not as lively as it was at some of the other sites. It did a good job of clearing the way for us. I think it's going to hang around. Or we better to move on. Yeah. We'll pick another one. I think if we can find the level or an upslope, it's a lot easier. Back of the vehicle makes contact and stirs up a lot.
Bridge RV, currently moving in. Maybe go to the waypoint if you can.
Okay, yep, getting underway towards the waypoint.
Thank you.
We're heading for waypoint 14, which is marked as rock hunting, so we might do better over there.
There's a little bit of a slope here. So the topography here is quite regular. Yeah, there are two of them.
We'll get to the next
choose,
waypoint. It seems
maybe
to
a
be
good
difficult
one.
on the downward slope.
Yeah.
Get somewhere that's a bit easier.
Yeah. That's a good one. That's another good one.
I think it's tricky on the downward slope though. I think for the vehicle.
Now these worms, these Nemertini, we see at the bottom. Sometimes it seems that they have made a knot of themselves. Here more scallop. This is shell. This is a dead shell. And more of these Nemertini, these white worms at the bottom. Very common here in this area. Nemertinis, they are predators or scavengers. So it's interesting that there are so many here. Maybe they go for the scallops.
This is quite a slope. Interesting fish on the way. I think that's an eelpout. It looked a little wrong.
Not an easy drive here.
It's really steep.
We are driving, we are flying across the slope.
It's in the notes that this is probably going to be reduced visibility until the next waypoint. It just falls away from us too steeply. Where's Jelly? Still plenty of marine snow, but doesn't seem to be as much current as there was in the last station. I think all that movement is coming from us. It's kind of hanging in the sea. not seem food limited though. There's plenty raining down.
What is the English name of Nemertini, Tom?
I don't know.
We're doing
Not
an
good.
exam now.
Is it?
Biology exam.
It's not ribbon worm, is it?
Ribbon? No.
Yeah, ribbon like fabric.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I'm really not sure.
Let me check
I was
that.
almost definitely wrong.
Yeah. Yes, I think it's ribbon.
Is
worms.
it?
Yeah, that's
Wow.
true.
I mean, of course. Yeah.
So,
That was right out the subconscious. I had no conscious.
so these ribbon worms, they are predators and they are hunting for other organisms. They have a little stylet, little proboscis, and some of them are poisonous, so they have a kind of a neurotoxin that they can inject to the prey, paralyze it, and then it will be put into the mouth and then the stomach, and that's it for the prey. And we see that many of them are quite large here. Of course, you have ribbon worms that are very small.
Oh,
look,
nice.
yeah, 10 or 4 in the water. Nice one.
It was different from the others. That one had the twin feeding tentacles.
Yeah. So I wonder what they are feeding here on. Probably, maybe also the holothurians or the scallops. I would go for scallops. I mean, the sea pigs, they are made of, yeah.
They're like a snow globe.
They have a lot of water and little muscle. Oh, fish
Another
swimming
real
up.
pout. Another. It's getting a bit busy around here. Okay, we should be coming up on waypoint 14, and the terrain might get a little bit easier on us. And then we go rock hunting.
In the fall and in the winter, of course, sea ice is forming, and this can also form in the deep sea, where the water temperatures are also less. Water is a very interesting medium because we have the density anomaly of the water. As you know, everybody knows that the water, as it gets colder, it gets also more dense. Cold water is denser than warm water. This is the reason that in the oceans we have different water masses. Also the so we have different water masses.
If you want, you could make that move to the north if you want.
Sorry, say again?
You can make the move to the north if you want, because we're going to start going northwest.
We are waiting for the pilots to communicate.
Yeah, okay, let's just keep going. I'll keep a close eye on it.
Okay.
And during the fall and the winter, little ice crystals can start to grow on little particles of sediment or even in little planktonic organisms. But once ice is formed, then it gets less dense and it's floating on the water and starts to move to the surface. So then we have an accumulation of these very little crystals. They start forming what we call pancake ice, get a little bit bigger, and start swimming on the surface, and then accumulate it into what we call the pack ice, which is the annual growing marine ice. Sometimes growing to 1 meter, 1 meter 50, 2 meters. During the spring and the summer, this ice is melting or it is breaking, and then it starts moving with the currents, and then it gets melted. Most of the areas that we have here now, they are ice-free. The marine ice, the pack ice, is already melted, or it has been transported by the current.
Very briefly, for information, I'm
but
not
we
quite
have the
in
icebergs.
Now I'm going 281 over the ground, sort of following the track line.
Okay. When I update it, I'll put it to the east of the line.
Okay, perfect.
And the icebergs that we see, it is a huge. This is continental ice. This is actually snow that has been falling on the continent, Antarctic continent, and during thousands of years it is compressed, and it's building this ice, this massive ice.
And as it builds that, it traps all sorts of pockets of air and gas and bits of the atmosphere from thousands of years ago. That's why people love an ice core, because you can just go back in time and it's got little bubbles of the atmosphere trapped in it. If you melt that ice, you can hear it fizzing and popping.
There was a worm in the water.
Yeah, it was.
Huge.
Updated waypoint.
Okay, this is us at waypoint 14, a bit of a change of direction, heading more towards northwest. Might be a little easier on us now, going uphill.
Little isopods, crustaceans. Here we see a sea star. There are some rocks.
So now that's leveling out a little bit up here. If we see a nice drop stone, another nice eel pout.
For people that just came into the chat, we are in the Antarctic continent. We are in the Antarctica, in the Bellinghausen Sea, and we are exploring an area that was recently covered by ice for thousands and thousands of years, and only recently, a couple of weeks ago, it got free of ice. A very big piece of ice of the size of London broke and moved with the current slowly out of the bay, and this is what we are exploring now. It's a unique opportunity that we were here, so that we can be the first one exploring an area that has been recently uncovered from the ice. There has been another area studied in the Weddell Sea, the eastern part of the Antarctic Peninsula. This was a very famous Larsen A and Larsen B ice shield. Try and find a rock. The breaking out of these ice shields was followed by satellite, and the scientists could went there only, I think, 1 year later. So we are the first ones that can document how it looks like immediately after the ice has been removed. We started our dive in the deep sea in about 1,000 meters. Now we are slowly climbing up a hill. I think the end of the dive is at about 500 meters. At the moment we are 776. And the topography here is quite diverse, quite interesting. We have a lot of hills and valleys. This makes it a little bit difficult to navigate here. Of course, we want to stay close to the bottom. Here we see a fish.
Notice the knot again.
Near
rock cod.
Near of a brittle star.
Off it goes. This terrain is making it tricky.
You got any indication if we should collect some holothurians?
I think they're all gotten.
Can also be collected later in the later shift. What we could also do is to collect a saquito of sediment and a rock. Once we find a place that is more easy to stop.
We've got a flat area now if you'd like to.
Let's see, we find a rock. There's some scallops, some holothurian sea urchins, the white ones, little white ones, they are also sea urchins. Now he's getting flat.
I'll take that out now.
Let's see if there is a small rock in this area. We passed by an area where were a lot of drop stones, probably because it was a slope. We could see them better. They were not so covered by sediment. And the sea urchins, they cover themselves with some shells of this is a behavior that several species of sea urchin have. They cover themselves with pieces of shells or plants in order to hide, in order to get camouflage. Of course, here the deep sea it is completely dark, so this is probably behavior that they have inherited from representatives that are more at the shallow waters. And we continue seeing a lot of these ribbon worms.
Do you know what species Teresa's after on this dive? I've seen a few of the sea pigs. I've not seen as many of the longer ones.
This Amberama. Ah, okay, you see, you mean the other ones, yes.
Yeah.
I see. A lot of sea urchins here. was a small fish also.
Yeah. What that was.
And these 3 lines, you see these 3 lines at the left side. I don't know what happened there.
It wasn't us, was it?
Yeah.
We got turned around. No, we're definitely on a new spot.
Maybe it's from a stranded iceberg. I don't know.
So if we if we wanted to go for the sea pigs, then it seems that there's plenty in the area. Oh, we're getting rocky again.
Okay.
This might do us. Yeah, you can see all these streaks where things have tumbled down from here. Do you see a rock?
Small one over there, maybe.
That's an interesting looking one. Let's see if it's attached.
So it looks to me that we are again on a slope that there is a lot of material sliding down the slope, so we
think that was
see
attached.
these marks on the sediment.
Yeah.
Oh, we're an outcrop here.
Oh, Anna wanted another Niskin bottle at a rocky habitat, but I wouldn't say there's enough animals here to do that. She's interested in eDNA, so even though we've got the rocky habitat, it's not looking particularly abundant with life. Oh, is that a nice square rock? That looks like it's loose. I'm gonna have to fight the shrimp for it. The chat's asking if we saw many whales. Since getting onto site, I've not seen so many. We saw something the other day. It was quite a small whale. I only just caught the tail fluke, and it was quite a crescent. And I thought it looked like a beaked whale at the front, but I really only caught a glimpse of it. But it was quite pale. We saw some larger whales when we were transiting over. But here we're mainly kept company by a huge number of seals and the odd penguin. We've seen the odd emperor penguin. And the seals today, while we were holding station, were grazing on the barnacles in the hull. So they were doing us a favour and cleaning our hull for us. But it was an eerily calm day, and they were just circling the boat. Could we give it a rotate in the camera with the scale bar? Just allow them to tell it apart from the other rocks. And that could go in by box 2B.
2B? Or in the rock basket.
Or in the rock basket, that's true. I think that's where the scoops are.
Okay.
Oh, it's got a brachiopod on it, nice. Yes, 2B.
Firebox 2B.
ROV bridge.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I can't stop here. I'm going to keep going.
Yeah, Roger. That's fine.
Should we hold it in our claw and run for it? Rockin Biobox 2A. Getting focused on what's going on down here, but tethered to us on the surface is a vessel that's dodging icebergs. So when they ask us to move, we've got to move. Chat were asking what type of seals they were that were circling the vessel. I think it was crab-eater seals, but I'm not very good at the seals. There's a huge variation in colour. You can see in the picture-in-picture now, that's what we're dodging. So we've got to rock at least and we'll allow the vessel to move.
We see again that we have a slope here. We are continually climbing up little hills and valleys. There was a question in the chat about the lead found in the ice. This was found in the ice sheets in Greenland, where they could trace back the lead that was produced in the Roman time, because lead and silver always come together, and for the production of coins during the different episodes of the Roman Empire, they could trace the lead pollution in the atmosphere that is then recorded in the little bubbles of air that is encrusted together with the snow into the massive glaciers in Greenland. So the ice, but also the sediments, they have an archive. This is like an archive of what had happened in the past. Of course, you need, in order to get a good archive, you need something that is depositing constantly. It doesn't need to be always the same speed, or rate, the same deposition rate, but constantly, and that it is not disturbed. And the ice is here in Antarctica, but also in Greenland, is a very, very important archive for the different compounds and materials that were in the atmosphere in different times.
Oh, is this a...
This is a
Self-chain?
Yes,
what is
the
it?
siphon 4.
Oh, that's nice. Fortunately, we're still dodging icebergs, so I'll just have to wave as we blitz past. We're going to make it to a waypoint 15 ahead of schedule. Doesn't seem to be a shortage of sea cucumbers, and there's a mark on one of the upcoming waypoints that's where Teresa would be most interested in gathering them, so we'll save that until then. But if we get to a safe point to stop, would you like to take a sack sample?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is a good idea.
Okay, as soon as we're out of dodge.
Regularly, updated waypoint, is it safe for you to head up that way if it's not that way?
Yeah, we can start heading that way.
Okay. Thank you.
We can have to watch out for one berg on the starboard side as well. We're kind of going between two tabular bergs.
Yeah, whatever is safe for you.
Yeah, I'll let you know if that's coming to a stop.
Okay.
That is waypoint 15. We're just going to take a little turn to the right to follow our next track, which unfortunately looks like it's downhill again. As soon as the bridge lets us know that they're out of trouble, we'll take that Sakito.
Some fish. Little
I missed those. I was
shrimps
looking
in
at
the
the map.
water. And we see also some acorn worms on the sediment.
Oh, I've not seen them yet this dive.
Seems to be very common in this area. They were not so common in other places that we have dived here, Bellinghausen.
Let us know when we're out of dodge and we'll take a sample.
Yeah, if you want to take a sample, I think.
Yeah, we see some
we could
Holothurians also.
So yeah, if we could bring it down and take one of the sacks.
Yeah, sorry, some sediment. There's a cranoid coming up. Lots of marine snow.
And find some level ground. That's swimming crinoid.
I see that this would also be a good place for the Holothurians, but I'm not sure which one we are targeting.
She's highlighted waypoint 20 as a good spot for collecting the Holothurians. That's a little bit shallower, about 600 meters deep.
Okay. Okay, that's
I
good.
don't think it'll be hard to find them.
Bridge RV,
Seem-
is it possible for you to come to a stop here?
Yeah, that's fine. We can come to a stop.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna take a sample now.
Oh, okay, coming. They're stopping now.
Thank you.
Well, there is a nice collection of that other type she wanted here. I'll go with her preferred spot. I don't think it'll be too tricky to find them.
Today there is less current.
Yeah, it's really difficult to come to a stop.
Maybe we have, maybe there's some tidal currents also.
You think we might be at slack?
Yeah.
The thing is, when you're coming down like this, like down a hill, when your RV's coming
Yeah,
down,
the back of the vehicle hits.
the back of the vehicle is dragging because you thrust. It's thrusting this way. So it's thrusting all the sediment up behind us. So So as soon as we're coming down this, the thrust is coming this way. We moving forward. So we are staying up all the thrust behind us. Where we sit now, this all the sediment that we just stood up is coming in front of us. So if it's flat, the thrust is just going to be blowing this way. It's not going to be blowing into the sediment.
Yeah. We'll try and keep on the level.
Yeah, so now, this is the, now you're asking me to turn now. So while I'm turning, all this thrust here is going to be, because you're using more thrust now to turn. You use your lateral, you use your down, you use all your thrust. Now you have to turn. So now, everything that comes in back in is still going to be, still going to catch up. Help us if the current is going uphill.
We had in other dives quite strong current.
Should we try and find a flatter spot?
Yes, it's much better to stop. The ROV pilot was explaining us that it's tricky to stop here because we have a little slope, and then the sediment, the thrusters of the ROV are removing a lot of sediment at the back, and this is falling then on our head. And we saw that there is some current, but in other dives it was much quickly to get a more clear view.
So when I'm sitting down now, just come up, trying to put all what's in front of us, behind us now.
You still want to give it a try?
It may be that we have tidal currents, so at the moment we have probably less current, and in a couple of hours maybe the current will be stronger.
There's no current, it just stays.
The sediments here are very, very soft. I think it's better to move and try to find a flat place. Yes.
Yeah. No worries. I'll find an easier spot. Thanks for trying. There's a lot of compounding factors. This whole area is undulating. Would we be better to come round to the left a little bit and do the flat on the rise? I'm losing sort of sense of what's a slope and what's not.
Again, we have
it's
some
still rising up, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, we have some drop stones here. Also, what seems to be a huge sea star on one of the drop stones. Yeah, we have a second one here. We have two very big sea stars, the white ones, crinoids, and now it's getting a very steep slope.
And is it just our movement, or is the current really different now?
It seems to be increasing a bit now.
Or is it us? Just worried we're not going to find many flat areas.
It's getting quite abrupt. These are rock outcrops.
We're shedding a fair bit of sediment ourselves.
sediment, yeah?
Yeah, if that's a good position. It's all looking pretty slopey.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. We are collecting some sediment.
How do you process the sakitos?
Well, the sediment is then, there are some subsamples that are taken for geochemistry, but also for the little creatures, the meiofauna. And then the rest of the sakito of the sediment is then sieved through a mesh size. I think they are using 300 microns in order to get the worms and the bivalves, the mussels and the crustaceans that might be living in the sediment.
And what advantage does it have over a push core? Does it give you more of the surface? Is it
Exactly.
just more
yes.
volume?
Yes.
Okay.
Here we can get much more volume.
Those first couple of centimeters where most of the life is.
Yes. I think that there are about 5 kilograms of sediment, probably something like that.
Oh wow.
3 to 5 kilograms.
I think that's a good full one, Pedro.
Yes. It's good. So where are we going to put this?
We've got a few options, a couple of rock baskets. Did you see what number sakito it is?
I think it's the first one.
Good. Yeah, it's good. So let's come up.
Rise clear now, so we see what we can do. See what we're doing. Come on, fill to the brim. Nice. Does that have a number 1 on it?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Excellent. Okay, if we can continue on, and if we're close to this wall again, we'll take a Niskin bottle for Anna. Take a second to reorientate ourselves.
Where's your RV?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you could resume move to waypoint.
Understood.
Lots of particles in the water now.
Yeah. There's no shortage of food here.
You want a Niskin bottle now?
I think she wants it quite close to the wall, so we'll next rocky area we find, we'll get close. So it stirred it up a little bit there.
Drop stone.
Could take another. It's waypoint 15 is on the list. And we look. Is it deceptive or is it quite level here?
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we breathing?
One of the smaller rocks. So whichever one's looking easy.
This one in front here?
Yeah, let's go for it. It's got a brachipod on it, that's bonus points. It's an unusual shape.
Keep trying the next one.
Yeah, it's that easy, yeah. There's no shortage. Oh, hello. It's a fish coming to see what we were doing.
Okay. Very curious.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a question in the chat if there was some space under the ice for sediment and life. Yes. The ice shield is several hundred meters high, but there was the whole time a volume of water of several hundred meters of water. That was, as we can see now, because there is a lot of life under the ice, it was permanently connected to other water areas through currents, through water circulation. All these organisms, they need energy, they need food to survive, to grow, to reproduce. And because when the sea is covered by this massive ice shield, there cannot be some primary production in the water surface. So the algae don't get enough light to produce photosynthesis and to produce organic matter. So what we believe is that there was some lateral transport through currents from areas that were ice-free, and through currents this organic material was going under the ice and
Can we hop on again?
fueling
Yeah, we can get to
this
waypoint
ecosystem
16
with energy.
See what they picked for us there. The conditions are making it tricky tonight. Like currents we had on the previous one did a great job of clearing things for us. That's good markings. There comes our bow wave. Cool, that might be enough for someone to ID. Carry on. Carry on. Oh, that's a big sea pig.
Yes.
Seen. Seen. What are these worms that build these mucousy tunnels? I've seen them at a few sites.
That's the acorn worm, right?
Is it that big? Yeah.
There's trying to remember the name the biological name of that.
I have seen them. They're not how I'm used to seeing them.
This is Enterobnosta. This is what you mean, I think. Yeah.
Oh. I've seen their like mucousy house. It's hard to see what the animal is.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, here we go. Collecting a small drop stone. Oh.
Nice. Give it a rotate in front of the camera. That's great. Little calcareous tube worm on there, is it?
Yeah.
Something on there. That does look different from the last.
I think we have in the chat, we have a...
A brachipod. A couple of them.
We have another camera, right? But...
That's great, yeah. So Biobox 2A or 2B. They're rocks, they won't go anywhere. We're having an issue with some of the critters, unknown escape artists. So the scallops, fish. Some things, once you put them in a biobox, it's a risk to open it again. The rocks tend to be fairly well behaved there. Are you going to go for A?
2B. 2B, please.
Continue to waypoint 16.
Where's your RV? You can resume movement.
Yeah, copy that. We're on the move at 0.3. You want me to increase the speed to 0.4, 0.5?
0.4 will be fine.
Okay.
So we continue.
Oops.
Our
Right.
transect. We see a number of sea pigs. This again some Nemertini, these long worms, the white worms at the bottom.
And the next couple of waypoints we're going to be climbing to the next peak as we get shallower and shallower. Oh, and just on schedule, here is some rock. Yeah, before we stir it up, that vehicle. So sorry if we lost you for a second there. We had some connectivity issues on our end.
Modified stuff.
So we noticed.
Modified stuff, right?
It's the.
Or like this,
It's actually
Or
the
just
dark,
the
the
dark.
glass. Yeah. We can scoop those as well if you like. So as we were coming over the sediment, Petra noticed that there's these pretty regular sized gravel in amongst the sediment. We zoomed in, we wondered if it might be animals, but no, it seems to be gravel. So we're just getting a sample of that as well. Might lead to a different habitat, but I think the geologists will be interested in that as well.
Looks good.
Yeah, getting some good scoops today. As it comes. I think we lost a few of the live streamers for a second there, so welcome back. We just had a connectivity issue.
Do you want more, or is that enough?
That's okay.
That's it?
Yeah.
We are in a very remote location, but we're actually pretty impressed by how good the connection's been. It's amazing that we can share this with you from such a remote location. It wasn't long ago that it was one email a week if you were lucky. Now we can stream in HD. That'll sit in there. Is it too full? We lost you a bit just as we came in there. Pedro noticed that there was some gravel-like rocks spread out along the sediment here. We zoomed in just to see if it was critters or rocks. It turned out to be rocks, so we just grabbed a sample for the slightly different sediment type. But it's proving difficult to deal with this fine sediment. As soon as we touch the bottom, it's all stirred up. So, Sakito 2. Well done.
By the way, the geologists, they were very happy with the rocks that we collected yesterday.
It's nice to make them happy.
Yes.
Bridge ROV, we can resume the move on updated waypoint.
Resume the move on data waypoint.
Thank you.
This is a hugely multidisciplinary project, this one. I think it's 3 separate projects. There's biology, oceanography, and geology all coming together. But it's made for a nice, dynamic and varied team. And our research sort of informs each other. So the geological and oceanographic context lets us really figure out what's going on with the animals, and then the animals can be indicators of the oceanography and geology as well. So it's been really nice to have such a broad team. I've learned a lot, actually.
the geology is, of course, these drop stones. These are pieces of rocks that are coming from the continent and transported by the icebergs. It's a huge opportunity of getting these continental rocks, because otherwise it is everything covered by massive ice of hundreds of meters high, so you don't have really access to exposed rocks in the Antarctic, only in a few places. So this is great that the icebergs are transporting these rocks and we can pick them up from the bottom.
It's an unusual one.
It's a C404.
There's another one up
Probably.
ahead as well.
Yeah,
There we go.
here we go. Larger one.
Oh, those are the ones that have been passing through my pelagic camera.
Ah, okay, yes.
I think that was them.
That could be, yes, very good.
I think we're just approaching the apex of this particular ridge, so things might get rocky again.
Very angular stones, rocks, no erosion.
Should be on the lookout for some coral for Erin. I think those are tube worms.
Any rocks? Okay. What are we at?
Well,
1.17. It's not on their rock wish list. Oh, that's nice.
What
Oh,
is
fish.
that?
Ice fish, I think, up in the water.
Huh?
Ice fish up in the water, I think.
Yeah.
Did you nick that, I think?
Oh, he breaks it again?
You could
Right,
start
right
with
at the
the
bottom.
waypoint.
Ah, yeah, sorry. That was speeding.
Roger.
Oh, there's a nice swimming crinoid on the bottom right. How beautiful when they swim.
Remember them from Avatar?
Yes, yes, it was. It was.
The little bioluminescent creatures of Avatar in the forest
Oh, here we go.
were actually taken from the crinoids as inspiration.
James Cameron, of course, a big deep sea fan.
James Cameron, he went to the Mariana Trench, right?
Yes, yeah, he was the first person to go there since Don Walsh, I think. Yes, I think that's true. And Ocean Challenger. We got to interview him. He's a very interesting fella. He's a very smart guy.
Here we see some crinoids on the rock, big ones. And now it's that swimming. Very nice.
Look what's happened here, how that's fallen away.
Imagine how you coordinate the movement of all these arms.
They don't always seem that coordinated. Sometimes one arm is swimming and the rest of the animal is just holding on.
You saw that? No.
I've seen that a couple
yeah.
of times. Yeah, yeah. I think it's a bit of a consensus, and if you just bother one of the arms, it tries to swim on its own. And the comb jelly. Okay, I think we're at the apex. Yes, we're sort of at the high point of this particular ridge.
I think it's difficult to know where the drop stones are exactly coming from the continent. But what we can trace is the development of the glaciers and where the ice is coming from.
Terrain is falling away from us again. Because of the orientation of the vehicle, we have a bit of a hard time when we go downhill. So we lose our view a little bit, and it's very tricky to stop and take a sample.
See again a lot of these Nemertini worms, the big white ones at the bottom.
Nothing specific for this one, and then the next one is a video transect. I think that's incorrect. So I think it's just a video transect until the next one. Just trying to figure out our speed.
Ribbon worms. And here's one of these holothurians. Is that the one that...
Oh yeah, that's okay. So yeah. Ship speed. Our elevation is...
No, it gets a lot of sea urchins, sea stars, holothurians, ribbon worms, scallops.
To keep in that range because we're
3 different types of sea holothurians, sea pigs.
Yeah, no problem. It's well we had that flat bit. I was trying to get back to optimum for the transect, but it's just too tricky when it's falling away like this. Yeah. We barely settle in and then it changes again. That's just the way to go downhill. Oh, okay. Okay, even on the level.
So if you just came logged into the video stream, we are in the Bellinghausen Sea in Antarctica, and we are exploring a location that was covered by ice for several thousand years and very recently got free of ice. And we are quite surprised that there is so much life under the ice. We were expecting more like a desert, but there is plenty of organisms here.
I guess this is transects.
Yeah, that's significant.
Steady. Steady as it goes.
You guys are not running out of space there for a while?
Yeah.
This is up to date.
So you see crinoids, you see ribbon worms, the very big ones. Here we see one. A good example of a very large ribbon worm, the white worm at the bottom. See some sea cucumbers or sea pigs. There are at least 3 different species here. And and also 2 or 3 different species of sea urchins. A lot of bioturbation. You see all these traces. A lot of activity at the bottom.
I just said that because I want to steal these sneakers. Be distracted. That's great, thank you. Coming up on 18.
We are now at 663 meters. We started the dive at about 1,100, I think it was.
So the holothurian collecting is a little way down the line. I want to take the course towards the end. And we're not in a coral area, so that's what we can do. I think on the science side of things we're about to have a little shift change. So for those that joined us, well, it's evening for us, early morning for us, but wherever you are, thanks for joining us on this dive. We'll hand over now.
So, thank you for listening to us, and also thanks to the ROV pilots that this was not an easy flight this morning. A lot of up and down, a lot of sediment and snow, marine snow in the water. So, see you in another dive.
Very finely gravel on one of the sites, so grab those. That might be interesting for geologists. And got a good few rocks, but most of the we might run out of waypoints because now it takes something, but we bottomed out. Or, pictures from transects in the meantime. Thank you.
You want a rock? All right. Yeah. Okay. We have loads of rocks. It's okay. It was just to have a quick look, and it's still just distracting birds and nothing, so it's okay. Can go back to the track. So no big coral areas like we saw yesterday.
No,
Coral
saw the tail end when we handed over.
Okay.
But it's been pretty sparse. We caught one glimpse, closed the nesting for Anna. But as soon as we approached,
A lot of sedimentation.
the vessel needed to move, so we didn't get
it's what it
caught
is.
there.
Okay, thank you. No, it's what it is. Not yet, it's at the end. We can continue. Yeah.
So you keep going.
Yeah, I'm gonna try go around this rock as much as possible, but on the way to 18 as well. So.
That's pretty much the end of that rock there.
Okay.
Do you want me to turn any more to starboard or?
Just a little bit, yes.
Sure.
Just so we can have a little bit of a look as we go.
That's much further.
Yeah. Okay. All good. Just to have a last look because yesterday we had this beautiful rocks exposed, full of corals and sponges, and we kind of oriented the transect today as well in the same direction to have that approach to see if they are in some way in the same direction as we saw them yesterday because the currents are in that way. But at least for now it doesn't seem so. Thank you.
Yeah. Turn back to the browsing again. For my test clouds, yeah, it's
No, just.
Who did all the Schmidt blame the whales?
We can blame the whales. There's some around. Oh, the seals. We can blame the seals. There are many. Why not? And good morning. For those, good morning, good evening, bon dia, bon night. For those joining, we just had a shape change, so we are kind of setting up again. We are quite far on our initial track actually. We started this evening around 11ish in the evening, I think, and we have been exploring the same region as we were in the last days on the George 6 ice shelf as part of the Climate Connections at Sea Ice Interface cruise, which is led by Dr. Patricia Schmidt and Dr. Sasha Montiel from the University College of London and Patricia from the University of Aveiro in Portugal. This expedition is also under the flag of the Challenger 150 initiative, and we are currently in a location that has been, until very recently, completely covered by sea ice, or ice shelf, sorry. And this gave us the unique opportunity to come here and explore this location for the first time. Otherwise, we would not be able to just being this close. We have been exploring different geological structures, from walls to just flat, muddy areas, and they do give us a lot of surprises until now. So today we put a bigger challenges. We would try a more rough kind of path. So we might have a lot of times where we don't see very clearly the seafloor, but it's because we also want to see structures that were kind of more difficult to survey, but may also harbor different kind of communities in there. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice.
Pretty little sea pigs.
Some sea pigs, some scallops. There was an acorn worm as well.
Am I alright to turn my heading on this?
Yeah, of course.
Bias the transect.
No, it's okay. We expect this one to be kind of zigzagging, depending on what we are seeing. Nice eel out there.
What's that?
Oh well, the whole area is super productive. Fishy, fishy. I'm not Tom. I don't know how to identify that fish. Wow.
It's a nice little canal.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to be seen.
He has a quiet life. Oh, Tom is writing. Nototeninoid. A rock cod or an ice devil.
Nice stuff.
It doesn't look like a devil. It's lovely.
Go ahead.
Update waypoint for you there, Jason.
Copy that, new waypoint.
Do you think would be possible to make a slight change on the route? Because I see we have a little bit of a depression here. So if we could go a bit around here and then go up.
So that's more to our right.
Yes. Slightly.
19.
Oh no, actually it's down.
So you want to move this one down? Down here then?
Sorry?
Can I add a waypoint down here?
Yeah, of course.
Hands out.
Let's just add a bit of a challenge.
It's all good.
If it's okay with the shift direction and everything. If not, we keep the same path. It's fine.
Bridge, ROV.
ROV bridge.
Got a new waypoint. Had to move you a little further to the south because we're going more to the south.
Okay, understood.
There's the little sea urchins kind of hiding under the scallop shells. You see? They hide.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy. Why do they do that? Like camouflage?
I have no idea. They often accumulate a lot of little shells, but in here they're completely covered. Super
Says,
cool.
don't look at me.
That's very cool. Thank you. Mm-hmm. It's the CP gland.
Land of the big. Is a baby sea pig.
called a piglet?
No, the one that is kind of flying away is a different species. So there's two of them. So there's these ones with kind of have this kind of spiny back, and then these ones, they tend to actually start kind of flying up almost. So they're the two main ones we have been seeing. They belong to the same family, but different species and different genus even. Which is super cool.
That's awesome.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's a huge sea star. Can we have a zoom in?
Where do you see it?
Here. It's actually feeding.
Oh, I thought it was a mound of sand.
No, and it's feeding at the moment.
Mamma mia.
You see, when they're kind of up that way, they're probably just had a good feast. Yeah. Sometimes, depending on the sea star, it kind of looks like a chicken from the supermarket, you know? You have to kind of see it, but it's... Oh, that's very cool. Nice. Can we just have a...
Zoom in right there.
Yeah, just here.
Yeah.
I think it has something on top as well. Might be a polychaete. Very often they have. Oh, that's very cool. Oh yeah. Thank you. It is big, no? We're not collecting. We're gonna leave it by itself. It's fine.
Kind of like a boa constrictor of the ocean, right?
Mhm.
Able to. It's cool.
Okay, but it's always cool back there.
Yeah, but very sure.
We might have something ahead, I guess. Let's see. Yeah. Right.
Nice view.
No big changes. It's full of animal tracks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
These guys have been feeding.
Having a day there.
Oh, worm. It's an Emerdean. Huge worm.
I can give you future vision species evolutive and everything as well. Kind of this one, it looks nice. Yeah, it's okay. We have seen it before. So that just once in a while shows up something different. Once in a while.
Flatten down, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So that other line, I don't think we have to stay on that. So did you want us to what?
Yeah, now we go up.
Go back this way?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Waypoint 19. So we go back to the waypoint 19 and then go back to the same track. It was just to see if a different way up might give us a different kind of C4 types.
Sure.
You want me to go directly back to the line, or you want me to just kind of?
No, just as you go, it's okay. Yeah. We don't need to be very straight with the line. They're mostly indicative. We don't have specific structures we are targeting today, so it's more like, okay, let's drive here and see if we see something different.
I like the free flow.
Yeah. We have to. This is a new area. We really don't know what we're gonna find, so it's kind of pure exploration mode.
Yeah.
You have already quite a lot of rocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 rocks. 7. Wow. Mm-hmm. You don't have a zoom in into this one.
Yeah. Other east.
Sorry.
Bridge, RV, updated waypoint.
It's definitely in the Meridian.
Updated waypoint.
It's a worm.
Shoelace.
Shoelace, yeah, that counts too. Actually, we saw one a few days ago completely in a knot as well. So, yeah, it's a nemertine. A ribbon worm, I think. Ribbon? Ribbon, I think.
Oh,
they call
ribbon.
it. Yes. I'm gonna look for one of these sea pigs that we can collect, but maybe this one is still small. So if we can go, no, it's actually okay. No, about the size we wanted. Yeah. Let's see if we find another one slightly bigger than this guy, but we are looking for one like this. Yeah.
Very round and blocky.
Exactly. Just one last one. I think on the last shift I already collected 2, but for the food webs that is in 3. And there's one over there, yeah. Can use that one. I think that one is quite big. Yeah. We're gonna sample this one. Mm-hmm. With the scoop. Mm-hmm.
I'll take a few pictures of them before I say
Yeah.
this is true for this.
Yeah, that's cool. And we have the acorn worm just right on the side. That's really cool. Oh. And there's another mini CP, I think. Yeah, quite a few. Thank you. Yeah.
The trip deck was started for rain. Exciting.
You gonna get this guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the scoop starboard?
It should be on the starboard side inboard.
Should.
Sorry, worm.
Nice.
Good job with figuring out the arm anyway for the job.
Oh, I heard about that. I think they said they just swapped controllers. That's fast. You got one more fixing on this before we
Yeah, that as well. And there's also a shell just up, which I would like to have a quick look. Yeah. Alright, he's feeding. Is he moving away? Okay, that's good. And then there's a shell, not this one, just up. Where is it? That one. Just wanted to see if it's still. I think it's covered by sediment, but it's empty. It's a pity. Thank you. And we can put it on BioBox BB4D if possible.
First, really.
Or actually, maybe BB2B might be better. Yeah, there's a rock there, but it's fine. Yeah. I'm not sure. That coral looks quite big, so I didn't want to put sediment on the BioBox that has the coral already. Yeah, so it's okay. It can go in. We're just gonna put another rock on top of it. For 2B. Those dudes. And they look very clumsy when they are just upside down. can try now, but no worries. It's too much sediment.
Yeah. So I started to scoop. Mucked it up first.
No, it's okay. There's plenty around, so it's fine.
Let's get out of this. Ooh,
On this one, but we try another one. There's rock.
What about any
Nice.
of these guys out here?
Well, these ones are not the species I was looking for. So I'll just have a quick look if we see the other one. These are the ones I told you that can fly out, basically. They run from us. It's a worm here. Oh, I'm sure they're around more. Don't worry, so we've seen plenty. We can keep the scope for a little bit. Yeah. Can keep to look a bit more. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. I think there's one. No, that's a sea urchin. Okay. Oh, see? They're flying out. There's one. Yeah, perfect.
Look at that.
Nice. Oi, oi, oi. Come back. Nice sack. Whoa.
You play baseball.
No, come on. You really don't want us. Oh, dude. Oh. Okay, we'll find another one.
There's like rubber bouncy balls.
Some sea bouncy ball.
It's just right there. If you,
Yeah, I'll see.
Yeah, if we, oh yeah, it's there.
then we get into the whole thing with the biscuits everywhere, you know?
Yeah. Alright, let's
Try this.
you're gonna try it blind?
I thought I could see him there, but that's it. No?
Here, I'll pop up a wee.
No, I can't. Yeah. You go.
Come on, scoop, scoop. Scoop, scoop, so we can scoop.
There it is.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Oop.
Are we giving it a name?
Scrappy.
Scrappy, sure.
Oh, it's scrappy.
Scrappy the sea pig.
Let's take off this autofocus so it's not going so cray.
Don't run.
They bounce, they don't run.
Yeah. You're coming.
Blind.
Woohoo.
Nice. Alright.
So by box TV, if I think there's space, the rocks are quite big in general from what I'm seeing, but
Maybe it should be.
yeah, to be. That's what I was thinking. B or not to be exactly? Yeah, it looks okay. Done. Off he goes. See you. See you up here. Thank you. Okay, we can put back the scoop. We won't need it. Actually, I'll just go down. I'll lift off and get us out of the mud. Come on up. Oh, so much better.
We don't need the scoop again for now?
No, we are good. I think we're good on the CP number. So we are. Once we reach the top, we might look for push coring areas, but that's for later. Scoop is good. Thank you both. We are seeing changes in. Oh, that's nice. Mm-hmm. Can we have a quick zoom here? I believe they're mushroom corals, but I wanted to confirm. Oh yeah, they are. Nice. Yeah, and we're gonna collect one of these as well. So one of these guys. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah. So we can stay here. There's also a couple of them on that side, so which one is easier for you? Okay. Oh, that's very nice. Good close up. Oh, they have some very, very small polychaetes in there. Nice. Cool. So I'd like to collect these for a coral quiver. I believe they're pretty free from 1 to 6.
There's one with that, and then there's another one over here.
Yeah, there's 2 more. But I just want to pick one.
You just want one.
We just want one.
Can we get a shot of this just
Yeah.
for fun?
It's beautiful.
That's one of those iconic shirts.
And actually, if you can zoom in, we can even turn off the lasers, no worries. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Make this aesthetically pleasing. You taking off the glass?
And once we finish that, can we zoom just here at the bottom as well of the Antomastus? Just to see the where is attached. Oh, bye Shrimpy. Yeah, that's very cool. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. And I wanted to see very often we only see the top part, we don't see the attachment part, so that's why I wanted to zoom here. So are you good for sampling this one, Zach, or the other two are easier?
Right in front here.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, that's okay.
This is going to go into a quiver?
Yes, we can put it on 1 to 6. Which one?
Actually, sorry, stand by. Need to recenter ourselves. Forgot it's on brand. I'm gonna refocus for a second.
So which ones are open here?
1 to 6 should be open, and also 9 to 12 they're open.
I can do that one. No problem, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we know this area is super sandy. The sediment is so fine it just takes a while. It's okay.
I'm a little rough on
It's super well attached.
Sorry.
Is that you or me there?
A little bit of both. Alright, we can get back out and pushed off station, but we should be settled down. Oh, there you go.
Could be. Could be. It's okay. We can use it for the molecular, and we can put it down on the cocoa tree.
Do you guys want to sample more here, or so I can take off?
You can take off. It's okay.
Yeah, as long as you can see.
Yeah. Ready to go.
Tree. It goes for tree. But let's see if it goes in. Yeah. I think so. Oh, it's running away. Okay, well. Yeah. We can. We use the tops. We use the tops for reference. Yeah. I was thinking maybe if there's another round. Is it okay to leave the coral river cover open for now? We can move a little bit and see if we see more. Yeah, we go back to, well, we can continue up.
There's that massive sea star.
Yeah. It's another one. It's another one, yeah, yeah.
Sure you don't want that?
Nah.
Be a cool hat.
You wanted to have like a memory, a huge sea star from Antarctica?
Yeah.
Nah.
Put that on your Christmas tree.
Oh. No, Andres is gonna give some rocks, I heard.
What's that?
Andres gonna give some pieces of rocks.
Joke's on you.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice. Oh, that's nice. Can you have the lasers on as well? Yeah, yeah. Oh wow. Andres, look at that.
good rock.
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Did you do anything on the server?
Super smooth.
Thank you, sir.
I seen those in the coast.
Yeah.
Sometimes a bit of organic matter,
But-
sediments, sometimes some algae. Yeah, the same texture.
It's beautiful.
It's not the rock, it's something that's on top of the rock.
Hmm. Can we have a zoomy here?
Same way as the, yeah, no. A solo would be nice.
Yeah. We can do both of them on the rocks first and then doing the rhizome. This guy. Thank you. I thought it was a bryozoan, but now it's a coral. I think they collected already earlier this kind, so we're gonna. Yeah. We can leave it for now. Do you want a better zoom for the rocks as well? Do you want a better zoom for the rocks, like this section? Yep. Thank you. It's full of old worm tubes from the circulate. Awesome. Thank you. Not for now. We can continue and see if we see some other kinds of species along the way up. Yeah.
Where is Jarvini? Wait, what?
Updated waypoint.
Oh wow. That's beautiful. Yeah. Can we have a good zoom on the sponge?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Glass sponges here have been incredible. Mm-hmm.
should be okay. No, that's okay. Just so we can see the texture, so it's, yeah, that's good. Thank you. And then just a quick zoom. It was right at the bottom. Yeah, the rhizome and the coral. Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you. We can continue. And go a little bit around the rock, maybe. I'm trying to see if, how does it actually look? Nice frog. It's been busy. Mostly of the same things we have been seeing, some brachiopods, some serpulid polychaetes, and a couple of the rhizomes and the small corals. Thank you. Oh, this is an Entomastus. Can we try that one?
Copy that, Zach.
We have a quick zoom on it. Should be the same, but just to confirm. And then after that we can collect it. Hmm? It's the same one we were trying to collect before. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. You can pick this one, Zach. Oh, yes. Thank you.
With a lot of mucus first.
Mm-hmm. Stressed out. With a good reason. Yeah, we're good.
We all clear to keep continuing the waypoint, or is we?
Yeah, we can continue. Yeah. We can kind of go around the rocks as we go to the waypoint, yes.
Okay. Kind of a little meander vibe.
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be mostly like that for the rest of the dive.
Yeah, we like that. Sorry, I'm gonna turn down the brightness a wee bit.
It's okay. That's fine. There you go. Yeah. Can you zoom in on the sea star quickly? Yeah. This one. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Good morning, bon dia for those joining recently. We are on our third dive of our expedition near the George VI ice shelf. This is part of the climate connections at the sea ice interface cruise led by Dr. Schmidt from the University of Aveiro and Alexander Montiel from the University College of London. We started the dive at about 920 meters and we are now at 600. So we've been going upslope for the last hour or so. This is going to be the shallowest dive we're going to do in the area for now. Tomorrow we may be able to do a shallower one and see if things change compared to the first two dives. We are trying also to explore different topographic features on the seafloor. The map in the region is super interesting, so we basically have almost difficulties to choose where we go because everything seems super interesting. We have been collecting animals for the biology, for describing the species that are present, for molecular studies as well, to understand if the species are the same as at other locations, if they're or not related. For biogeographical studies, let's say. There's also a collection of animals, for example, for food web studies, like the sea pigs we're just seeing now, together with some sediments to explore the organic matter that is in the sediment and relate to what they usually feed, because they're deposit feeders, so they feed on the substrate and the leftovers of organic matter that we see, kind of this brownish color. And then, of course, further in the dive, or maybe in the next waypoint, we will find, or we hope to find, sedimented areas to collect some bush cores. And for those will be for a wide range of scientists on board, from the geologists to geochemists, and also for biological studies of different kinds of fauna, from the smaller versions like the meiofauna to the upper macrofauna size, which are a few centimeters sometimes, but usually in the deep sea they're quite smaller. The video itself is also super useful for ourselves because we can characterize the large size animals and how they change along the transect in terms of changes in substrate, but also depth ranges, currents exposures, and any other features we might find interesting along the way. The laser size itself will allow us to quantify those animals, because they're 10 centimeters apart, so we can use that as a reference point. They also allow us to measure, for example, coral colonies, or even estimate biomass of the different organisms we have. So there's different methods for that, but we can just, one of them is, for example, measure the length and the width of the animal, and then from then on we can estimate the amount of organic carbon based on past studies. And as we move along, for example, the collection of rocks is also very useful for the geologists to understand the past history of the Peru. Maybe Andres can tell us a bit later. Those rocks are usually also quite colonized by different kinds of organisms. Like, for example, we've seen a lot of brachiopods on the rocks. Can we have a quick look here on this? It does seem a bit different, this worm, than the ones we saw earlier. Might be just a coloration, but just wanted to double check. Thank you. We can send the images to a specialist and for them to confirm later on. Maybe they can tell us what it is. Thank you. So once in a while we also zoom in a lot on the animals we see, because while some of the species may be known, those that we are not able to collect the images sometimes with a close zoom give us more details that we can share to specialists, and they maybe can help us out identifying what we are seeing on the images overall. We do have taxonomists on board, and depending on the group we're studying, I'm, for example, focused both on the images and the tiny worms we cannot see here, so they're a few millimeters, a few centimeters, the nematodes. But there's also specialists like the lead scientist, Patricia, whose their focus are usually paracarids, sponge taxonomists, coral taxonomists, and so on. So there's different kind of expertise. There's mollusks as well. So the team is quite versatile in terms of the types of animals they could identify and work later. Most of the identifications will happen in the lab, not necessarily here at this moment, because there's of course many things happening. But once everything goes back to the lab, and when we have time to focus on the different specimens collected, then we will have confirmations of what we might instinctively think are or not some new species, and so on. So keep up, keep looking our dive, and maybe we find some interesting areas as we go along the way, until we are diving until 2 o'clock ship time. Right now is 7:20, so we still have quite a bit of the dive to go. I think they're mostly Nemerteans. Once in a while we also see some that can hide on burrows. Those are a different group. But this one's look like the Nemerteans. I'm gonna confirm, because in English sometimes for me it's more tricky to know the common, I have to admit. That's the problem of having not being your mother tongue. Yeah, ribbon worms. Okay, and the ones that kind of go into the burrows, they're the spoon worms. See? Common names are very interesting in this case. In Portuguese, I think we all call it worm, basically. not very original, but yeah. Morning.
Yeah. So it's not good
So just can we have a quick look here? Just want to confirm if it's a worm or I think it's a worm. Yeah, it's definitely a worm. Just hide it. It just went in.
It's a little silicone.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a polykid tube in this case. Maybe a sublid, like a feather star. Feather star? No. Feather. Something like that.
Rough time.
Good morning, Sunny.
Here there is one head on a transect.
Looking at worms. Yeah, has been mostly like that.
Could you?
Roger.
Yes.
Buenos dias, bom dia.
Bom dia.
Ah, you sounded very Brazilian right now, no?
So ready. Continuing on.
Yeah. So we're gonna try to, if we see any big changes in like a rock outcrop or something, we can go out of the transect. So basically we're exploring. And yeah, once in a while we do a few zoom-ins, and if we see something interesting, we then collect.
You're the boss. You just see what you want to get it.
Mm-hmm. Well, the boss is Patricia.
You're sitting there right now, so you're my boss.
Sure. That's so sweet. Thank you. There's a few rocks here on your right side. Can we have a look?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think so. Vamos a mirar agora um bocadinho. Mas há muito sedimento aqui. É quase é o próximo waypoint, sim. Os corpos. Vai demorar um bocadinho. Exato. Aqui só estavam dois, foi por isso que eu disse. Não é o mesmo sítio. Isto foi às 3 da manhã. Can I try? Instead of going to the waypoint 20, can we try to go somewhere in the middle? So between the two waypoints in that direction.
You know, go straight in.
Straight there, exactly.
Okay.
We're just talking, maybe we can orientate a little bit towards the current. meters from the seafloor in this case because we are upslope. So I heard there were muffins at breakfast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. Good save. Yeah, have a look at the rocks coming by. If we can go around them a little bit. But I think it's mostly brachiopods. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Also brachiopods. Thank you so much. And we can continue up. We have just a little bit more light. Well, it might be because we're
Pretty iris.
yeah, perfect. Thank you. Oh, there was a sea spider. Is it okay to keep this track as we are?
What's that?
Is it okay to keep the track as we are?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we have a quick zoom on these rocks? Oh, 10-4. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
ROV bridge.
Bridge, ROV.
Are you happy for me to continue to the waypoint as it is at the moment, or do you want me to head a little bit more east?
Yeah, you could continue heading east.
Sorry, say again?
So you could head east if you like.
Okay, yeah.
You're going to waypoint 21.
Ah, you're going to waypoint 21, okay.
Roger.
stop here for collecting the last bag,
Okay.
if that's okay. We have it, the number 3, it's on the, where is also the scoop.
Hey, Gar, you come down, I'll stop here and I'll do some sampling.
Copy that, ROV. Come to a stop.
See you guys later.
See you later, have a good rest.
Thank you.
Good morning. We are aiming mostly for the surface part, so I'm not going too deep. I'm also not sure if just below that is not rock, so.
Right here is good?
Yeah, it's good, yeah. And we can do 3 or 4 scoops around until we fill up the bag. We are here, Sunny. Can we zoom in on that? I need to can zoom here, just here. Nah, maybe go on. Nah, it's okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. People like Saquito. You're gonna have to fish some rocks. You can see that. You can see that happening. So one of the favorite tools for biologists here, besides the push core, is the saquito, the little bag we are seeing sampling right now. Because this bag allows us to collect a larger amount of sediment, it also allows us maybe to get a higher number of individuals that are living in the sediment that are quite small and we cannot see it at the moment. We only be able to see it on the binocular or the microscope later. But by collecting a large amount of sediment, we do get a higher chance of having more species and individuals. So that's why we do use this tool, not necessarily just the push core, but we also use this tool to kind of drag a bit of the sediment from the surface into the bag. And then later on we see what's living in there. This also allows us to share samples quite easily because it's a large amount of sediment. And after this we are gonna reach the shallowest part of the dive today, and we think we're gonna start collecting the push cores for the rest of the teams as well. I think that's okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Can put it back to the rock basket.
You want to put it back over here?
And this one, yeah, there, where the scoop was. Because the other two, they are quite full already.
Yeah. Alright, if we put it here, we might lose access to the scoop.
It's okay, we won't need the scoop
You don't
anymore.
need it? Okay.
In theory, no.
Put it back there.
We have all we need from the scoop. So we should be okay.
Alright, cool. Some more? That's good.
It's okay. If you can collect from the surface, that's okay. Otherwise, we don't need to. Because the animals live mostly on the surface layers, and then below that is just mud. So it's gonna be more work. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, that's good. I want to have a quick look. There's some really, really small sea cucumbers. Oh, that's an IC404. So we might need to zoom in really, really close to the sediment before having a close look. Parece o Santinho. Okay. So I think we can actually stop close to the C4 and then, because they're so small, I think we have to do a couple of zoom-ins until, I think they're quite a lot, so I've seen quite a few, but there's one. Okay, I wanted to do a quick zoom in that one. Okay, can we collect one of these with the suction sample? Yeah. Yeah, it was really close to the rock, was somewhere here. Yeah, I can see it's here. It's just here. And we can put it in 8, where there's already 2 altitudes there, so we can put it together. There's actually more around. Once you start seeing them, they're like everywhere. No. Yeah, there's one here, there's one here, there's one there. Yeah. It's the mini versions. So it's, like you can see this one here, and there's one here as well.
So you wanted an 8 instead?
Yes, on 8. On the section sample 8.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's more. It's okay. Not a problem to join them. Yeah, this one is okay. And can we collect this one as well? This, not a shrimp. Or shrimp, no. This one here. Do you get that? No, might be too far.
No,
Thank you. That's all. We can continue. Have a look at what's in the little burrow just here. Sponge. Okay, thank you. It's an iceberg? It's possible. Oh yeah. After we reach somewhere between waypoint 20 and 21, I'd like to do bush coring, but maybe I want to know if it's okay because of the icebergs.
ROV, Rick, do you want me to continue to the waypoint now?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, getting away.
Because I guess we're gonna stop for like an hour. Maybe less, but we're gonna collect 17 push cores.
Are we firing this before or after?
Before. That's nice. Thank you. Can we zoom out a bit more, or are we just we're going up? Yeah. It's a fish coming. Fishy fish, I think. Tom has gone off shift, so he no longer is the one who always knows the fish species. Can we zoom in? Yeah. It does look like a nice fish. Roberto. Does look like a nice fish, but I'm not sure. We should confirm later with Tom. That's beautiful. Thank you. Oh, nice. That's the, I guess the top of the. Well, we can move it after towards 21, and if we find a nice flat area for the push core, we then take the push cores there. Let's just have a quick zoom here. Yeah. No, those are sea stars. Oh, that's very cool. Thank you. And I think there's an octopus just hiding there. Yeah. There was something just behind the rock. Don't know. Thank you. Yeah, we'll be able to see it. Can we have a good look at those rocks from the other side as well? Go back to the waypoint 21. Oh, yeah, it's good. It's okay. Sorry, I just kicked you. Continue just a bit further to see if we pass a rocky kind of outcrops. Can we zoom in on this fish? I think we have seen it before. Yeah, we did. Nah.